Okay, we can go back on the record. And Attorney Venora, do we have read-in A, or do you need additional time?
We do have the answer to the read-in, and Mr. Kolka, he's getting. He can provide that at this point.
Thank you.
The company offers non-residential customers payment arrangements for a period of up to 6 months. Customers allowed 2 arrangements in a 12-month period.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can resume cross of this panel by authority staff, please. And we have Ms. Viacrass.
Thank you. Yep. So I just have a few questions about time of use rates again. So first, I would like to ask about the rate R and rate RT customers, and can you describe the current differences in on and off peak usage patterns between customers on these 2 rates?
The class averages are fairly close. I believe that we find the rate RT on peak to off peak split to be about 26 to 27%, and the rate R is about 26 to 27% on peak, and rate RT is about 24 to 25% on peak. So over the years, there's been about a 2 percentage point difference between those 2 rates.
Can I just clarify? So you're saying that the 24% of their total usage is on peak?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So how does the company currently calculate and establish its on and off peak pricing differential for rate RT? And then if you could also discuss the rate GST.
For generation service standard service component, that is set by pure rule at 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's 3.5 cent difference between the on peak and the off peak. For transmission and non-bypassable components, both of the off peaks are set at 0. So the entire revenue requirement allocated to rate RT is collected in the on peak rate. For transmission, we use the average of the 12 monthly peak load, system peak loads, 12 coincident peak or 12 CP is what that allocator is called. And for non-bypassable, we use the single hour, the loads at the single hour, what that class is doing. It's called the single coincident peak or 1 CP. Allocate revenues to that class based on 12 CP transmission and single or 1 CP non-bypassable.
Mr. Kolka, if you can just get a little closer to the mic next time or turn it on. There. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. So in setting the price differential in on and off peak, does the company reference studies on customer behavior change and what kind of differential would lead to the type of behavior change the company is seeking?
No, we're following the directives that were ordered in the 2005 docket.
Thank you. So I'd like to turn now to the company's response to interrogatory EOE 213.
EOE 213?
Yes.
I'm there.
That's great. So in this response, UI stated that system loads within 10% of the annual system peak should still be considered in the peak period. Can you explain why you chose this 10% threshold?
We needed to, the system peak happens in a single hour, and it varies from year to year. So, but there's a number of hours that are around the system peak, close to it, but not at, because there's only going to be 1 hour that's at the system peak. So what we've seen in the data is that there's a range of hours where the system peak is close. And when I looked at those, I had to break off somewhere where I was going to consider hours of peak and hours off peak. And I chose 10%. That value could be a different value, but that seemed to me to be a reasonable threshold to make that distinction.
Thank you. So if the company were to set an on-peak time window where it incorporated both the on-peak hours historically, but also this kind of buffer time period, can you propose a method in which the company would measure what that threshold should be in order to create that buffer? Rather than, in this interrogatory, you came up with a 10% threshold in order to respond. But if you were to make this policy moving forward, do you have a methodology that you would follow?
If we were to go to a 4-hour peak period, we would look at the hour of the peak where it typically is and choose the hours right around there. We would want to choose a period that encompasses all the annual peak hours, which could happen at, 3 o'clock p.m., 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. In that area, it floats around, but it's fairly tight right there. If we were to look at expanding that period from 4 hours to something larger to recognize that there's still high use consumption, high load consumption going on, then we'd have to set some kind of range. I mean, we could choose 5 hours or 6 hours, or we could choose a percentage relative to the peak and count the number of hours there. That's what I did in this response by choosing the 10%.
Right. Great, thank you so much. So in that same interrogatory response, UI stated that the company will need to manually reprogram all of these meters in order to implement any time period changes for rate RT customers. Can you confirm if that is still correct?
Yes, it is still correct.
Okay, and does the company have the capacity to remotely update the time of use periods for meters?
I believe it is not implemented yet. I think there's quite a bit of discussion about that in the AMI docket. So I hesitate to add something in that without referencing that docket, because there's been a lot of work done exactly on this topic in the AMI docket.
Right. Thank you. And so discussing seasonal rate changes, how would UI implement shifting the seasonal rate change to occur on May 1st rather than on June 1st as it was historically?
Yes. That will be a billing system configuration change. I don't have an estimate of what it will take to do that, but the choice of, let me step back for a moment. I believe that will require metering programs, because the meters capture on peak and off peak by season. So I believe that will require meter reprogramming.
Great, thank you. So now can we turn to the company's response to interrogatory RRU 338?
I don't have it here. Bear with me, please, for one moment. Okay, I'm there.
Great, thank you. So in this response, the company stated that the most recently completed peak load research study is from 2021. Can you confirm if that is still the most recent study done?
Yes, January 2022 is done, but that's the only month of 2022 that's been completed.
Okay, thanks. So how frequently does UI conduct these peak load research studies?
It's continuous, but the values that we use for cost of service study are done after the year has been completed. So they'll do the analysis, and it takes a few weeks to do. So they're in the process right now of doing these. They typically do them shortly after the end of the year for the previous calendar year, but it takes a few weeks to do a whole year's worth of coincident and non-coincident peaks.
Right. Okay, thank you. And does UI have data reporting on daily peak loads?
The load research, the samples collect 15-minute increments. So there is a full year sample. The summary statistics that we use are calculated only for the peak hours. However, the data does exist to calculate the loads at any hour.
Okay, so presumably you could do reporting where you show the peak hour of every day.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so now looking at attachment 1 of that response.
It's pulling up. Bear with me, please. It's still pulling up.
Sure.
Are you attachment 1, right? Yes. Oh, thank you, Jack. Okay, yes, we're there.
Okay, great. Thank you. So looking at this attachment, which shows the peak load, the peak hour for every month, it shows that in 2021, those loads occurred only between the hours of 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. for the entire year. So does the company have the ability to adjust the time of use peak hours to say 3 to 9 p.m. to encompass those hours and provide some buffer? And what challenges would UI face in making such an adjustment?
With the current configuration, the meters will have to be reprogrammed, and I believe they'll need to be reprogrammed in the field. Once again, this is discussed in detail in the AMI docket. So I believe it would take a few weeks to a few months to get to every meter to do that. I know that they're, as stated in the AMI docket, they are working on a solution to program by air. It's just not there yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is the end of my questioning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, any cross? Thank you. All right, Ms. Cohen, that makes you up.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon to the panel. Really quick on the time of use questions. Wanted to follow up, Mr. Kolk, on something you referenced, I think, in a prior rate case decision. I think the docket number was 050604, where there was various rate design changes as a result of either that original decision or a series of reopeners. Is that a fair characterization of a prior reference from today? Is that something that you were discussing in terms of the rate design docket that you were referencing, 050604?
That's where all the current rate design came
Current,
out of,
okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you. And so is that the same docket that you, I think, just mentioned in the exchange with Ms. Vigras about the on-peak, off-peak differential of 3.5 cents being a pure DPUC requirement? Did it originate from that 050604 docket, or perhaps a reopener?
Yes, it did. I don't recall whether it came from the supplemental, but I believe it came from REO 4.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you. I'd like to transition to talking about some of the rate adjustment mechanisms now, and turn first to the company's response and associated attachment to RRU 501, please. And if you could pull up, I think it's attachment 4, might be helpful.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, so would it be accurate to say that the transmission and NBFMCC reconciliation components, our allocation of those components are based on demand, and SBC, or system benefits charge, and the revenue decoupling mechanism, or RDM, are allocated based on an energy consumption?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think we have attachment 4 of that response, 501, pulled up, which it looks like we're looking at the allocators used for the NBFMCC and the TAC. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And if I was reading this correctly, that the 1CP allocator, I can't recall which column it is, but it's towards the right, is used for the allocator for the NBFMCC, and the 12CP allocator is used for the TAC. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Could you state, kind of for clarity of the record, the percentage of costs then for NBFMCC allocated to residential customers? So it would be R and RT combined then.
So for non-bypassable, that 1CP allocator is 54.167%.
So would another way to phrase that be that residential customers collectively are allocated 54% of the total expenses, net expenses flow through the NBFMCC?
Correct.
Okay. And could you do the same for the transmission, please, for rate R and RT combined?
That value is 52%.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall when the company's allocation methods for NBFMCC and the TAC respectively were first established, this 1CP and 12CP used?
I believe that came out of 050604
Okay.
REO 4.
Okay, thank you. So wondering if you could comment, maybe we'll start with the NBFMCC, the degree of changes in terms of the revenues and expenses that flow through that reconciliation component since that time of perhaps 2004, 2005?
Yes. In the early period, the non-bypassable was established to collect the fixed cost component of reliability must-run contracts. So that was generation that was needed for reliability purposes that ISO New England deemed necessary. And there was a process at FERC to to have those approved. And those had two components. They had a fixed component and a variable or uplift charge. So when generation was called out of merit, those higher generation kilowatt hour fuel-based costs were passed through the energy market. But the fixed cost of the contract to pay for the capacity of the plants kept that were non-economic to run on their own. That's what was originally recovered through the non-bypassable FMCC, hence the name non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charges. And there was some ISO New England costs that are still in there that have been in there from the very beginning. There's Black Start, Schedule 16. There's VAR support, Schedule 2, NEPOOL, or now OATT, Schedule 16, Schedule 2, and a couple of other, and they show up as line items in the NBFMCC exhibit. Then via some public acts and state statutes that got encoded. There was one in 2005 that may have been Public Act 0501, where there were contracts for differences. There was generation that was peaking generation that was mandated by the state of Connecticut to be paid for by the EDCs. At the time, congestion was a very, very, it was high in Connecticut and didn't look like there was going to be a solution unless the generation was brought in. So the generation was brought in, and those costs were then recovered through the FMCC, through the non-bypassable FMCC. As time went on, there were more and more components related to state mandated generation, and now a lot of that is clean renewable generation. So any costs, and I should say net costs, because anything that the EDC takes title to and sells into the market, that'll generate market revenues. I mean, we've seen that recently with the nuclear contracts. They are now well into the money, to the customer's favor. Those net costs are now passed through the non-bypassable FMCC. So it's more than just congestion and peaking generation that gets in there. Now there is all the clean energy costs that are in there too, and net costs, because we do have the revenues that are derived from them that go into there.
Okay, thank you. And could you talk a little bit about why the 12 CP is used versus the 1 CP for each respective component and kind of the justification there? Because it sounds like for the NBFMCC and the transmission components, those allocators have remained the same for a decade or more at this point.
Yes. Well, for the transmission, the 12 CP is the FERC mandated allocator. Okay. So we use that. But for the non-bypassable has changed. It's no longer just for congestion. So 1 CP, that is the allocator that we've used just for congestion in the past, but we've never had a rate design proceeding as part of either the RAM or previous non-bypassable FMCC dockets.
Based on that, would you comment on whether that the 1 CP for the NBFMCC is still the most appropriate methodology in terms of cost allocation?
I don't think it is.
Do you have a preferred alternative?
Well, we now have the NBFMCC that's going to be broken into 4 different parts. That's going to show up on the redesign bill, and that's through the bill redesign docket. We can look at different allocators for each one of those, and that's not too much of a stretch to do in the NBFMCC in the RAM filing, because we show the calculation of those rates. Right now it's at 1 CP, but we can categorize the cost. We have categorized the costs. We can sum those up and decide which allocators are most appropriate. I mean, the company can propose which allocators, and then we can look at it from there. I think you'll find that when it comes to a lot of the generation, the clean energy generation, an energy allocator would be appropriate because that is really an energy-based cost occurrence.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, does it sound like perhaps, in your view at least, that the NBFMCC could have multiple different cost allocators based on the types of line item expenses and revenues that flow through it versus a one CP, which is the current allocator methodology?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say that this is something that the company would entertain in a RAM proceeding or would need to be adjudicated in a distribution rate case proceeding?
It's a RAM component.
Right.
So from a tariff making perspective, I'd say it's probably more appropriate to have it in the RAM docket, but we can certainly do something here too if that was the authority's preference.
Okay, thank you. And just as along the lines of these questions, it sounds like you might have given this thought over time. I was wondering if the company has analyzed to date, so far at least, kind of different cost allocation mechanisms, how the current allocators used for, let's just limit it to the TAC and NBFMCC, whether they are resulting in proportional or disproportional impacts to certain customer classes.
I haven't analyzed the rates under different allocators, but there's general directions on things. For residential customers, they typically have lower allocations under energy than they would under some measure of demand, either 1 CP or 12 CP. I think it's the opposite for non-residential customers.
Okay.
So, in general, high load factor customers will pay more on energy and less when there's demand allocated, and just the reverse.
Understood. Thank you. Was wondering, going back to the NBFMCC and the notion of public policy costs flowing through a reconciliation mechanism, was wondering if that is a similar case happening perhaps in Avangrid's either New York or Maine subsidiaries to any degree, perhaps comparable to Connecticut, that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of them, but I am somewhat aware of the rate structures, and the rate structures may look different. So you can't do a one-to-one correspondence. I don't know what they're doing for rate design in those other jurisdictions right now.
Okay, well, I'll ask my follow-up, but it sounds like you might know the answer for now at least, which is the cost allocation methodology used in, let's say, for example, of New York, to the extent that there are public policy costs. Do you have a sense as to whether it's demand versus energy based?
I don't have a sense for that.
Okay. I think I'd like to stay on this interrogatory response, but switch to attachment 1, please. So we're going to take a look at the system benefits charge next. You could scroll maybe to like midway down. Keep going. Okay, great.
Yes, I am there.
Okay, so also again, just want to, for clarity on the record, trying to understand the percentage of the SBC allocated to residential customers. So that'd be R and RT. It's not reflected here as a percentage, but I wanted to just check whether it would be 43% essentially between rate R and RT's allocators shown here.
I will check that now.
sorry to put you on the spot to do some math. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the exhibit correctly.
43%, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I was wondering whether then for this in particular for the SBC column, you'll see on this file tab here that there are other calculations included for annual kilowatts. And so I just wanted to just again clarify that that's not relevant for the SBC allocator, that this kind of rows, I think 24 to 36 or so is the relevant piece for
Correct.
calculating the SBC.
Correct, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think you mentioned perhaps in the narrative response to RRU 501 that also similar to some of the other reconciliation components, that this current allocation methodology for the SBC dates back to perhaps the 2004, 2000 timeframe. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes back that far.
And can you walk us through why that may have, to your recollection or context that you may have, why that was determined to be the appropriate allocation methodology at the time?
I don't have that.
Okay. Would you be able to comment on whether the company believes that the current allocation methodology for the SBC is appropriate for the types of existing expenses and revenues flowing through it today, currently? I know there's a discussion about what may be included in the future, but.
I think it is appropriate to use the energy allocator. I don't think there's any benefit to using a demand allocator for that. There's no demand-based costs. These are primarily residential costs caused to support the low-income programs. That's the primary amount of expense here. It's really not necessarily energy-based either, like fuel is.
Right.
So it is a social program. It's state policy to help these customers pay their bills. So to that regard, I don't know what the most appropriate allocator would be. I don't know if there's a better one than energy. There are other ones. I think I alluded to those and I think the response was CAE 79.
I was going to go there
Yeah.
next. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like in that response, then you talked about 3. So this would be the revenue based is the kind of the current methodology. Is that a fair characterization? And I can let you get to it.
The current method uses energy, so we go out through there.
Yep.
And then I go on further to just describe other possible methods that we could do it. And based on what we have for information, there's customer-based allocators, there's demand-based allocators, and there's revenue-based allocators. So I think most allocators can be broken down into one of those groups.
And so we have the current SBC based on energy. Would that fall under the revenue based?
No, that's a fourth
separate.
one.
That's a
These are
fourth.
3
Okay,
in
I
addition.
understand what your characterization. Okay, so in the company's response, and I recognize that the question was asking for potential alternatives, but is the company's position, I want to talk specifically now about the allocation or the recovery of costs associated with the forthcoming implementation of a low income discount rate through the system benefits charge. Is it the company's position to keep the existing overall SBC cost allocator the same and apply that to any incremental expenses related to the low income discount rate implementation, or to propose one of these alternatives discussed in CAE 79?
It's to maintain the current allocation.
Okay, and can you expand upon why you think that's most appropriate compared to some of the ones that are detailed in this response?
The way we have it now has customers, to the extent that they're aware of this particular charge, see it on their bill, and they've seen it on their bill for quite a long time. If we change the allocation method, it's going to be done on a revenue neutral basis. So we're going to collect the same amount. There's going to be customers who pay more,
right,
and customers who pay less. That's just inherent in rate design. At this time, we did not feel it was appropriate to make that change and have one set of customers pay more than they're paying now and one set pay less. That was our reasoning to keep the energy allocation as is.
So kind of consistency, maintaining the status quo.
Correct.
Essentially. Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about the customer-based approach that would, it sounds like, be based on just a customer count at a point in time, or would that fluctuate, or how would the company propose, should the allocator method for the low income discount rate be changed to a customer-based allocator? Kind of how would that look like, practically speaking?
We would go into our RAM SBC calculation and just take, that would be our denominator, would be the customer counts. It could either be 1 month customer count, typically we'll use December of that year, or it could be an average over the 12 months.
Okay.
Those are the two ways that we do it. Either way is fine. The December number is a snapshot, a single snapshot in time. It's more
Right.
recent, but then, it's just a single snapshot, whereas the monthly average over the year would be, might catch trends that you might see in December, you wouldn't see in December. There could be some seasonal trends, just variation in the customer numbers. You see them.
Yeah, understood. Thanks. Yeah, I was trying to understand that myself because it's a moving target. And so where you'd propose to kind of base the customer count on. Could you talk about, so another part of this response looks at the kind of or kilowatt hour base versus a fixed monthly cost. So I'd like to understand a little bit more in terms of implementation, how one would differ from another, and what changes may or may not be needed to the company's current billing system, for example.
Well, I'll have to caveat that first, in that the fixed charge amount may not be, from a tariff making perspective, I have to interpret the statute for the MRCC, and it may violate that statute. I mean, it's mathematically possible to do it. Is it allowable? I don't know. I can calculate it, but I don't know if that would be allowable in there. If that was to be done, then there would be a single price within each rate schedule. However we allocate those costs among the rate schedules, there's going to be a certain dollars per year allocation to each rate schedule. That's going to be in the numerator of our rate equation. We need a denominator. It is possible to use the number of bills as the denominator, and then each bill would get a fixed charge, which would just be revenue requirement allocated to that rate schedule divided by the number of charges per year, because we set these on an annual basis.
Right. Would it be fair to characterize the fixed cost approach, if that's allocated in that fashion, to be require more significant changes in order to be able to implement?
I believe it would, yes.
Have you thought more specifically about the duration of time or any associated costs with that approach?
No, we wouldn't recommend that approach. So that, I mean, it was identified here, but
Right.
we would never propose it, and we wouldn't investigate doing it unless so ordered to.
And so can you expand a bit more on why it would not be a top choice from the company's perspective?
Well, this is would need some legal research on this, but from a tariff perspective where I have to interpret the statutes and the regulations around this, I believe that the MRCC is the maximum we can charge on a fixed basis, and this does not fall into the MRCC.
Right. Okay, thank you. Might as well ask this question again for the system benefits charge. If you're aware of Avangrid's either Maine or New York affiliated companies, if they have a similar perhaps annual or other mechanism for reconciliation of similar types of costs that are reconciled in Connecticut, at least through the system benefits charge. Are you aware of any such somewhat comparable
I'm not
mechanisms? Okay. How about in Avangrid's New York affiliates? Are you aware that they're currently implementing a low income discount rate in the New York jurisdictions?
Yes, I believe that's a statewide program
Mhm.
that's based on a budget. I've reviewed it. I don't have a working knowledge of it right now, but I know that we looked into this.
Right. Yeah, to a varying degree in a different docket. I guess I was hoping to be able to pick up on that thread here and look at in the New York example, because they have this program underway for a low income discount rate, what their cost recovery and then cost allocation mechanisms in place are there. Is that something that you might be able to answer now or?
I can't answer that now.
Okay. Chairman, would it be acceptable to ask for a late file on that?
Yes. So we'll be at late file exhibit 12, and we'll just say summarize or provide.
The cost recovery and cost allocation method for the expenses related to low income discount rate in the Avangrid's New York subsidiaries, please.
Very good. Are there any questions about that late file?
I understand the file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to follow up on one other part of the response for CAE 79. So staying on the same interrogatory response, but I want to clarify whether the company is proposing to essentially exempt customers who would receive a low income discount rate from paying any of the portion of expenses otherwise incurred by ratepayers associated with the implementation of that low income discount rate.
We're not specifically proposing it, but that topic came up quite a bit in that docket, and there seemed to be some interest, and I know we answered some questions about that, and we had a discussion about it too. So I brought that into this just because that had been a part of there. It's something that we could do should the authority decide that was important, but we're not proposing that.
Not proposing that. Okay, thank you. And is this, so I think we took admitted evidence, the authority took admitted evidence, a record notice of a compliance filing that looked at some of the detailed costs and implementation timelines surrounding the implementation of the low income discount rate from a different docket, 171203 RE11. And so I wanted to just clarify whether, if you recall, the ability to exempt customers receiving the low income discount rate was included in the scenario of cost and implementation provided in that docket or not. I'm just trying to understand what we're seeing and if it's comparable to what we're seeing in the response to CAE 79.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you have an understanding at this point if the low income discount rate exemption for participating customers were to be directed, what billing system changes or other manual requirements would need to be made in order to effectuate that change?
We've discussed that detail, but we have not. We've discussed that detail, but haven't made a decision on the configuration that would be necessary to do it. There's a couple of different ways that it could be done internally,
Okay.
but we haven't decided on one way or the other.
Would you be able to say, recognizing you don't have a specific dollar amount per se, that there would be some level of incremental costs associated with building in that exemption for a low income discount rate participant to not receive that portion of expenses?
Yes, there'll be some incremental expense.
And would you be able to think about, in terms of range and anticipated bill impact now from customers who would be receiving the low income discount rate if they're not exempted in this method we've been talking about, like order of magnitude, essentially?
That depends on the number of participants that we have. I think we looked in the low income rate docket. I think in that work that we put in some estimates based on a range of number of customers that would participate. So we don't know right now. We know what the hardship count is, and we know that the hardship count back at the end of December was about 23,000. So we don't know what's going to happen from there when this goes in and who's going to qualify. So that's why we were tasked to put a range of values up. So at the 20 to 25, and we're also looking at 10% for a number of customers that we just don't know, because we had looked at this in detail too. We don't know who's going to be in that tier 2 50%. We don't know how many customers are. We really can't ascertain that from the Experian data. We've tried, but it's, I mean, we can make the calculation. I don't have a sense for the range that would actually be in there as a percentage of relative to the ones who are going to be tier 1. So if we looked at just tier 1, I think we're talking in the range of $6 million. And so that $6 million, that would be what the LIDR, that's the lower end of the range. I think it can go up considerably from there, depending on the number of people that are going to qualify and the number of tier 2 customers. So if it was $6 million, then, that, if it was $5 million, we sell about 5 billion kilowatt hours. So 5 million divided by 5 billion, that's about 1 mil per kilowatt hour, the charge there. And it would scale up or down accordingly, depending on how many, how much it is. And 1 mil, say 700 kilowatt hours, that's $777. I think that's 70 cents or so right there.
In a month?
Per month,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
But we have much more detail around that in the work we did for the low income docket. So.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to move briefly on to testimony of Mr. Patel pertaining to the revenue decoupling mechanism. Just have a few quick questions here. So referencing the direct testimony, UI had proposed to what we're calling other revenues as a kind of catch-all perhaps category, or has various subcategories within it for the revenue decoupling mechanism that would be included in terms of the company's position at least. So I just had, it looks like one question on that proposal. Could you clarify whether the UI proposed to exclude from the other revenues categories for RDM, returned check fees.
So, Ms. Cohen, I could speak to the mechanics of the RDM. Witness Hurwitz on the revenue requirements
Okay,
has the specific list of other
we
revenues.
might have to follow up. Okay.
So,
So let me see. Well, let me see if you're able to answer this question, or if we'll have to ask it of another witness. Of the other revenues categories included, would the company anticipate any other categories, subcategories, or specific projects that may arise and therefore be considered as other revenues during this proposed 3-year rate period? In other words, that aren't before us today, but that might be reasonably anticipated in the next proposed 3-year rate plan.
at the present time, I think, I mean, absent the evolving electric industry, obviously, we don't foresee any revenues outside the scope of what our current revenue requirements will capture in this particular proceeding. I understand the question
Okay.
based on.
We're just trying to get a comprehensive list, essentially, and so just wanted to check
caveat
whether-
that, but we really don't know what's going to come
Right.
down the pipe in the next couple of years. Yeah.
Understood. Okay, I think I have maybe one final question for you, Mr. Bertel, but switching topics to the sales and revenue forecast then. It looks like your response perhaps to RRU 107 is a good place to start.
Okay.
So we're trying to understand the impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, perhaps the war in Ukraine and wholesale energy prices and whatever else was happening at the time that the sales forecast had its test year and conducted its analysis. So it seems like from the response that all these factors are kind of implicitly included in the sales and revenue forecast. But I was just wondering if you could kind of expand upon that, what that might look like practically, if there's an example of how it was factored in and basically an analysis.
Yeah, I know there was a specific interrogatory where I kind of provided details. Let me pull that up here. Bear with me one moment. While I'm looking for that, what I can say is when COVID first hit, if you will, and by hit I mean we started to see pandemic induced shutdowns. We utilized our daily data, the AMI data, to try to capture the immediate impact on our residential and commercial and industrial customers, just to kind of see where things were going. As that evolved, our economic data, which is provided by IHS Markit, captured those type of impacts in the underlying economic data that we use to drive or inform the econometric models. Another resource that came out of the COVID pandemic was this Google mobility report.
Okay.
And it's primarily for the residential, and I think I had a reference once I find the actual data response. And it had a pre-COVID baseline of cell phone usage to establish the amount of time generally residential customers spent in residential areas. And then from that baseline, they captured the increase or decrease through the COVID pandemic-induced shutdowns. And the response is RRU 508. So when we were building the econometric models, what we noticed, obviously C&I customers had shutdowns, businesses were closed, but inversely, residential load had a spike increase due to remote learning, remote work, and that kind of tapered off over time as education or businesses started opening up again. The primary economic driver that we had for the residential class is the real disposable personal income, right? So basically, we've got an income and a price variable driving electric demand. And as you can see in RRU 508, the third chart on page 304, I overlaid the two, the Google mobility data with real disposable personal income. We also tested in the econometric models having a Google mobility variable to kind of capture that. But because you can see how highly correlated they are with real DPI, that resulted in what's called multicollinearity, right? Two trends very similar, trying to represent the same type of impact on electric loads. So therefore, that variable was rejected in favor of the real DPI, which seemingly captures the pandemic-induced shutdown impact on residential use per customer. Further, that relationship, right? We have a 12-year monthly sample of history. We estimate the relationship, and then IHS Markit provides us forecasts of our various economic drivers, like real DPI. And that is driving the future assumed impact over the 3 rate years with respect to the current sales forecast. Do you want me to go on? Because CNI had the inverse effect, right? We saw this spike in decline in manufacturing and GDP, and that also was reflected with enough months since the shutdown of March of 2020 embedded in the economic data. There was enough sample that the model was able to estimate that response baked into the coefficients of the economic variables.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. So I just want to confirm then that no out of model adjustments were needed or made in response to external factors such as the COVID-19 pandemic, because it was otherwise attributed or factored into the kind of baseline econometric modeling.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the same for, if I recall offhand, the out of model adjustments primarily pertain to distributed energy resources and forecasts for electric vehicles and heat pumps, but no other measurable changes trying to, again, be attributed as a result of these external factors specific to those out of model adjustments, if that makes sense?
Yeah. So let me rephrase to make sure we're on the same page. Sure. So we've got these disruptive technologies, if we will, for lack of a better phrase, distributed energy resources behind the meter, say solar PV, electric vehicle chargers, either home charger or fast chargers, battery storage, beneficial electrification. These are all new disruptors. Some have a positive impact, positive being increased load, some decrease.
Right.
Ordinarily, this disruptors we could throw into a single variable, and if there's enough history, let the model estimate what that impact is. But we throw them in, we've got nets, right? We don't. Fortunately, we have enough history with CLM, conservation load management, that we were able to build that as an X variable or an exogenous variable into the residential model, and the coefficient of 0.98 passes the sniff test, if you will, right? So if we're reporting 1 kWh of CLM savings, and the residential use per customer model is kicking back a coefficient of 0.98, it's almost a 1-to-1. So we have enough history that the model's capturing that impact, we're confident.
Okay.
That's not the case yet for EV, which is still in its infancy, if you will, beneficial electrification. Behind the meter solar, we have enough, but if we throw it in the model, it's going to lead to that two similar trends trying to fight that multicollinearity issue, right? So we chose to make the out-of-model adjustments specifically for those type of disruptive technologies, since CLM had such a strong fit with the model. Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, energy efficiency is not an out-of-model adjustment because it's being fully factored into the baseline.
Correct. It's one of the
original.
The econometric model. We have use per customer as the Y variable, and all of these X variables, weather, price, income, and CLM. And it's one of the drivers embedded in the forecast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. Chairman, those are all my questions for this panel.
Very good. I think we'll call it Mr. Capozzi, please. And that means the OCC is on deck, so just heads up.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, panel. My questions are entirely related to pole attachment rates. Can we please turn first to the company's response to NECTA 004? Here I'm referring to the narrative response and I suppose a supplement to 004.
Yes, I have it. I'm ready.
Thank you. In this response, the company identifies or undertakes a process to identify non-pole or appurtenance costs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the company describes how they did that. And so your standard, the reason you had to do this after the fact analysis is because you normally, when you establish a work order or multiple work orders, you'll assign those work orders to a non-pole FERC account. Is that 365, FERC account 365 or?
That's part of it,
Okay.
because we assume that most of the work in those cases involves both pole and overhead conductor. So yes.
Okay. And then you to then assign all pole related costs or account 364 related costs after the fact, you do what's called a unitization for all material and non-material allowable in account 364. So my first question is, what's the allowable material for account 364?
That's listed in the FERC uniform system of accounts. So we would reference that list of items.
Can you restate that list here?
Sure, 1 second. So there's 19 items that are listed. So the account is described as including the cost installed of poles, towers, and appurtenance fixtures used for supporting overhead distribution conductors and service wires. And the items listed are anchors, head arm, and other guys, including guy guards, guy clamps, strain insulators, pole plates, etc., brackets, cross arms, and braces, excavation and backfill, including disposal of excavated material, extension arms, foundations, guards, insulator pins and suspension bolts, paving, permits for construction, pole steps and ladders, poles, wood, steel, concrete, or other material, racks complete with insulators, railings, reinforcing and stubbing settings, shaving, painting, gaining, roofing, stenciling and tagging, towers, transformer racks, and platforms.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, of all that list, do poles and towers make up a bulk of the cost, the installed cost?
So we let me just pull up the attachment to that to refresh my memory. I believe that it's around 80% of those costs.
So for this, you're referring to your attachment to this.
Yes,
that's
sir.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I would just clarify, the unitization process is a normal process, but we perform that at a level that is necessary for rate making. For example, the first cut we would take was, is this work towards installation or is this work towards removal? As we heard yesterday, there's a big component net salvage, right? So we want to make sure that we're separating those appropriately. And then we look to unitize the costs according to the level of which we have depreciation. So in the case of poles, we have one depreciation rate that covers the entire account, 364 poles. So we're breaking our costs down only at that level. The incremental effort to maintain installed cost at the item list that I just read would exceed any benefits that customers might receive from that. So this is why we had to do this sort of manual exercise to go to a lower level of granularity than which is our normal practice in our bookkeeping.
And is that unitization process for allocating to different FERC accounts, is that a common industry practice?
Yes, in FERC, you also see described account 106, which is completed construction not classified. And that's specifically in the asset lifecycle to allow the industry to perform what we call as an as-built process, which is to come back after performing the work and evaluate which components did we actually install and or remove so that we can move the investment out of that account into its final plan accounts.
Okay, thank you. Now, the phrase non-material allowable, what's included in that?
So non-material allowable might be flagging, right? If we had to have flagging contractors to support us, if we have overheads like vehicle utilization, sort of anything that's not a line item coming out of the storeroom with a specific material ID.
So would some of those or all of those costs for this account be applicable associated with the bare pole installation cost? For example, flagging or?
Right. So there, and I hope you don't want me to read it for you, the components of construction in the uniform system of accounts tell us which types of costs are allowable in that sort of perspective for construction works. And so there you have listed, your labor and your other sort of non-equipment, non-material type of costs applicable for construction.
And my question was, is that, are those, when you did this analysis, are some of those costs associated with the installation of the pole itself? And some of those costs may be associated with installation of cross arms or other allowable material in that account?
Correct,
Okay.
Which is why I allocated those costs to try to approximate, the sharing of those on each work order, which may have had just bare pole or maybe bare pole and other types of materials.
Right. Did you, when you did the analysis in attachment 2, did you separate out the non-material costs between those related to a bare pole and those not related to a bare pole?
So because we don't have that level of information, I had to do an allocation and I weighted those costs based on the actual material value themselves, which is not perfectly correlative.
Okay.
But because we don't break that installation component down at the equipment level, I wouldn't have had that to reference. So I used, just the material cost itself.
Okay, thank you. So you attempted to separate those costs. Okay.
Using that driver, yes.
And so those costs, so any costs then assigned to the bare pole installation costs, those, what's used in the what's used in the FCC attachment rate formula to determine the appurtenance, to determine the bare pole cost is the installed bare pole cost. So some of those costs would have been incorporated they would be incorporated into that formula.
Right, that's my understanding. The rebuttable presumption, which is the 15%, which I assume is in place because this incremental effort to get to that costed installed equipment level is quite great for utilities.
Okay, and of all in the company's analysis, there was an estimated result that showed about 20% of costs or so were not related to bare pole installation costs. Of those, and any of the other items that are allowable in the FERC account 364, is there anything that sort of stands out as sort of being the largest, making up the bulk of those costs? Meaning cross arms are a bulk, there some of the items are anchors, head arms, cross arms, so.
I don't have that summarized in that fashion. However, the detail by individual material ID is included in that supplement. So one could summarize at that level to try to understand which material costs are more than others.
Okay. That's on, that's a worksheet page,
Correct.
materials by document tab. Are those, and those document numbers relate to a specific type of item? That's the column? Or is it a different column?
So the tab materials has the descriptions from our stores system on what each material is, but it does not have, the cost information. The materials by document, the document number that's the actual financial posting in our system of record. So I was trying to capture at a work order level, like each material issuance, which is representative of those document numbers. So linking that to the material ID, which is found in column I of that spreadsheet, sort of gives you the description of what those materials are on one tab, and then the cost from stores issued to the individual work orders on that other tab.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the company's response to NECTA 35. Page 4.
Just gonna shift over here a bit. Yes.
27, yeah,
35.
yes.
Okay, so on page 4, the company reports that it has recently changed to how it reports deferred storm costs and vegetation management costs and FERC accounts.
Yes.
Okay, and here the company states that that other avant-garde electric utilities, New York State Gas and Electric and Gas, Rochester Gas and Electric, and Central Maine Power have done this for a number of years. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Do you know if those other utilities, electric utilities, have approved pole attachment rates that utilize those allocations to those accounts that have been approved?
I don't know that offhand, but when we saw the response when we replied to this, I have put that question out. So I don't know that for a fact.
Okay.
Said differently, you use 593 account and the deferral is now going out of 598. So in your view, 593 is higher than it was. And does CMP have a similar, for example? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. But in terms of vegetation management expenses being allocated to 593, so for example, the other electric utilities allocate their vegetation management expenses there.
Correct.
And that is then used in pole attachment rates?
I don't know. I
You don't know?
I don't know
Okay,
that.
you don't know that.
More on the accounting end. Yep.
I think Mark can.
Yeah. Oh, Mark. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
593 is included in the pool attachment rate
Okay, for the other utilities.
via the FCC formula.
Okay.
Yeah, and they use it.
They use it. Okay, that was my question. Thank you. And those have been approved by their state commissions.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, it's just a general question. It's the company's position that it has strictly adhered to the attachment rate formula that was as directed by the authority that was approved in the last rate case. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of calculating the tax carrying charge for the pole attachment rate, do you recall if the company used in the last approved rates, if it used the UIL holding tax or the UI tax in determining that carrying charge?
They use the UIL holding tax.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions, I believe. If we could turn to NECTA, it's the company's response to NECTA 1 and attachment 1, page 8. This is, let me know when you're ready, please.
And that's the depreciation schedule?
That's right. So the company used this to determine in part the depreciation carrying charge? Is that
Yes.
correct? Yeah, okay. So my first question is, the transmission depreciation rates, where are they, how are they approved? How are those set? When were they last set? So I guess my first question is, how are those vetted publicly?
Sorry. Slide it down here. So generally, the depreciation study would be inclusive of all of our accounts. And so the study we've submitted in this case is as well. And we would need to make a filing with FERC to accept those depreciation rates. My understanding is that we did not do that with the study in the last case in 2016. And I would have to defer to my colleagues of the last time we did that, but it generally would be using the same exact principle we had here, where we do that study and then submit the rates for them to be approved. We've discussed that in this case, and the plan is upon conclusion of this proceeding and setting of those final depreciation rates, we would do that filing with FERC to accept the transmission rates also included in the study.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The company made some updates during the course of the proceeding to the formula calculations, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which exhibit contains the most recent update?
There was a number of different changes made. I'm just pulling up the responses to 29 and 30.
Responses to NECTA 29 and
20, I'm sorry, NECTA 29 and NECTA 30.
Okay. Does the company plan to make any further updates at this point?
No.
Okay. And last set of questions are, is the company aware of NECTA's pre-file testimony and rebuttal testimony regarding the appurtenance factor and its assertions about resilience and reliability trends? Let me know if there's a better panel, a more appropriate panel for these questions. I wanted to ask some questions about utility poles and appurtenances and resilience and reliability.
I think I could respond, Mr. Proposal.
Okay, thank you. For what types of projects are appurtenances used generally? And so I suppose there's a lot of appurtenance. What types of projects are cross arms used mostly?
Virtually all.
Okay.
So I mean, a cross arm is a common component of a pole line. So for any overhead construction, those appurtenances will be used.
Okay. Regarding the company's resilience and reliability standards, has the company changed its reliability and resilience standards regards to poles and cross arms and other appurtenances since the late 80s when the FCC appurtenance factor came into effect? Is it fair to assume the company has changed its reliability or resilience standards with regard to those types of infrastructure?
In terms of appurtenances?
And utility poles. Essentially anything, sorry to interrupt, essentially anything that could be allocated to account 364, FERC account 364.
In terms of resiliency and reliability over that time frame. In general, the construction standards with regard to cross arms, with regard to the appurtenances have been very similar through that time frame, I believe. Thinking back to my early career in the late 80s, the materials that we're using for those elements have been relatively consistent.
Okay. And have poles generally gotten larger, taller, and thicker? Due
to the they've gotten thicker, due to
the reliability in our construction standards that we've employed going back, a couple decades. And in general, due to the amount of third-party attachments, they have gotten taller.
Okay. And the pole, and that, so a pole being taller, thicker, essentially more material, is it fair to assume the costs go up? All else is equal?
All else is equal.
Okay.
The cost would go up
Okay.
incrementally.
Would a larger pole increase the installation time, sort of the costs and the associated costs to install? And this is sort of general or on average?
It may incrementally, but in general, the cost to get there, to dig the hole and then to lift the pole would be relatively common. Trying to think back if our compatible units have a slightly different hour level for a 45 versus a 40. I could look that up quickly.
Okay, thank you. And has the company, as a proportion of the total types of utility poles, now use different type of material more frequently? For example, steel poles versus wooden poles?
Not typically for distribution construction. We're still using southern yellow pine in general.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, panel. Chairman. Do you have data to indicate, sorry, thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Do you have data to indicate the additional incremental time it would take to install a larger pole?
I can get that back as a read in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. I would request that. Thank you.
Okay. So that would be read in B. We can do that after the next break. Time to install larger poles. Okay, thank you. I think that wraps up authority staff cross. Okay, very good. We will transition to the Office of Consumer Counsel for cross-examination. And I may have to interrupt you towards the end for a break. Depends on how long you guys go. Okay. 75. Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, panel. I'm Andrew Minikowski. I'm an attorney for the Connecticut Office of Consumer Counsel, and I'm joined by Tom Wheel, my co-counsel. And we do have some cross for the panel this afternoon. Thank you for your testimony so far. Luckily, the surface of the cross questions we had were answered either today or yesterday. So we don't have much left, but we do still have some. So yesterday there was testimony from the panel essentially to the fact that the company did not know why the estimated relative return for the residential class fell between the last rate case and this rate case. Is that generally a correct statement?
We have not investigated that in detail.
Okay. So at this point, the company has no knowledge of why that occurred.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If the company were to adopt the minimum system approach, would that increase the share of costs that are allocated to residential class?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, there was testimony from the panel that the company could not use the costs of minimum equipment that is smaller than what the company is currently installing, because the company does not know what smaller transformers, wires, poles would cost. Why is there a reason why the company doesn't or has no information about what that cost would be?
So I'd just like to make one sort of clarification. Yesterday, it was more in the context of could we replicate some of the deficiencies pointed out by Mr. Chernick? That was the context. But in terms of actually what we've used is based on NARUC manual, the minimum size currently being installed.
Okay.
And so to go back, the general comment was there could be, because he was saying some of the sizes we've used are larger, so there could be some sizes where we might not have cost information. So just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. So in those sizes where you don't have cost information, just generally, is that information that would be available from UI's vendors that you work with? Like if the company were to request that from a vendor, is that something the company could obtain?
Yes.
Gonna pass that to my colleague, Mr. Eves.
Generally, the answer to that question would be yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. You may want to stick around for a moment. So when the company does work with its suppliers to obtain necessary equipment, does the company pay what the public list price is, or is there any discount off the list price that the company receives?
I think generally that's we would typically bid the materials, so I think that's a market mechanism. I'm not sure I could, say definitively one way or the other. In general, bidding the materials, I would think generally we would get a better price than if you showed up to buy one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Just give me one moment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Is that a bidding process specific to materials or by project? Are you referring to like a bidding process when you're bidding out a particular project, or are you bidding for materials you're keeping on hand?
We execute bidding processes for projects, for materials, for many of the things that we do.
And would those bids be coming from material vendors or from contractors who are performing work for the projects?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
So in developing a minimum system, if that were built, what you could determine what level of load that would serve. Is that correct? In general?
Yes, yeah, if we knew what conductors were out there, then yes.
And could the cost of a minimum system to each class, could that be allocated in proportion to the number of customers?
Sorry, can you?
Sure. In terms of the cost of a minimum system, could you allocate that within classes by the number of customers served?
Yeah, so I mean, that's the whole premise of a minimum system study, is to determine the customer related costs so that they can be allocated based on customers.
Okay, thank you. And would the majority of that cost hypothetically end up being allocated to the residential class of customers?
So because those are customer related costs, so classes that have larger number of customers would get most of that cost.
I mean, as you just testified, the residential customers would be charged for the majority of the costs of such a system. Would those same customers get any credit for the overall capacity that the minimum system would be able to serve?
We have not done that here.
Is that something that could be done? I'm not asking you to do it right now, but just in general.
So, I mean, we follow the New York manual, so, and as I testified in the rates panel rebuttal, so the theory is that all customers impose certain minimum level of load, and that's why it's getting categorized as customer and getting allocated on customer number.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, there was some testimony from the panel yesterday regarding cost allocation and whether a separate proceeding was merited to make some of the determinations there, given the complexity of the issues. In the company's view, if there were to be such a proceeding, would that be a proceeding that was specific to United Illuminating, or would it be a generic proceeding with the results being applicable to both of the state's electric distribution companies?
Our thinking was that it would be generic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kolga. If there were such a generic proceeding, before the companies ended up filing actual proposals in such a proceeding, does the company believe there would be any value in some sort of working group or process that involved other stakeholders such as consumer advocates, the authority, other state parties?
Yes, I was thinking that hypothetically, it would run similar to the way the AMI docket has been running, and the rate design docket, seeking written comments from all parties who are interested and having technical meetings.
So it would, in your view, would be similar to some of the grid modernization reopeners that the authorities convened in the last few years.
Exactly.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right. So my final set of questions involves the economic development rate, which there is some testimony about this morning, but we just have a few more questions. Some of these may have been partially answered, so if they were, excuse me. So what is the company's, this is a really broad question, but sort of just philosophically, what is the company's view of the value of an economic development rate? What is it? What is the purpose of such a rate?
So the purpose of such a rate is to be competitive with other states that have economic development rates. And as such, firms that are considering either adding new load or adding new premises or starting up a business would consider the impact of a reduced electric rate in Connecticut as part of their overall evaluation. So at the highest level, it's a matter of remaining competitive.
Thank you. In the company's view, would increased employment in the state be a benefit that would come from offering such a rate?
Generally, yes.
Thank you. How about the increased electric consumption and use that new commercial or industrial users would bring? Would that be a benefit in the company's opinion?
The majority of our discussion and our rebuttal testimony was centered on that premise, that incremental load, even at a discount, as long as it covers the marginal cost, provides a benefit to all other ratepayers.
Thank you. In the economic development rate that the company has proposed in this proceeding, in general, for a given number of new jobs, does that economic development rate offer a larger dollar incentive for firms that use more electricity than firms that may use less electricity but have created the same number of new employment opportunities?
As proposed, there's no differentiation.
Thank you. Did the company consider an economic development rate with a structure that would provide a financial discount that's tied to the number of new jobs or the amount of initial investment made by the new facility or business?
Yes, we believe that the proposed tariff addresses both of those situations.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Attorney Minikowski said, my name is Tom Wheel. I'm also a staff attorney with the OCC. My cross is going to be a little disjointed. It's kind of following the order of the cross that's been conducted since yesterday. So it's going to be a little bit of overlap. I apologize for that. I'm going to start with earlier on yesterday, there was some conversation about the standard of cost causation. And I think that what I heard from the panel was that the principle of cost causation was intended to apply to the cost of service study, but doesn't necessarily apply to how revenue is actually allocated. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate because the allocated cost of service study is an important tool and a guide in setting rates, but ultimately the rates themselves are more complex than that. Other considerations such as rate gradualism, equity, et cetera, that we've discussed yesterday can often come into play.
Yeah, thanks. That leads into my next question, because I heard you testify yesterday about gradualism. I guess I want to talk about that term first. So from my understanding, the notion of gradualism as sort of a principle is the idea of smoothing out spikes, like mitigating rate shock. Is that generally what we're talking about? We're talking about a consideration for designing rates in such a way that customers don't suddenly incur a massive change. Is that generally what we're talking about? We're talking about gradualism?
Generally, yes. Bonbright, the way he explains it is that consumers should have an opportunity to prepare for prices that are coming forward and should be able to prepare and not be in a position where they can't adjust their spending in order to react to that new price. More broadly, I think what you suggested to avoid price spikes is one aspect of it. And another is to avoid whiplash, which I think I talked a little bit also, where your prices go up one time and then come down again. I mean, I use gasoline prices as an example of that. There's no gradualism in motor fuels.
Right.
And then lastly, just overall long-term trends of pricing should be done as metered as possible. Sometimes all of these principles come together and sometimes they conflict. And Bonbright makes very clear that there are times that one principle pushes and it forces some other ones to need to bend.
Thanks. And actually, what you just said actually reminded me, I think I have some questions a little bit later, but there was also testimony earlier today about price elasticity and how that can ultimately affect customer behavior. And gradualism has an impact on price elasticity as well, right? So for example, there's a lot of elasticity in gasoline prices because of the lack of gradualism. Is that accurate?
The elasticity is based on how the customers are going to respond to those. So it's not that the elasticity comes after the response. The response is based on the elasticity, and that has a lot of different factors. Maybe Mr. Patel has something to add?
Apparently so. Yeah, so you've got both short run and long-term price elasticities, right? And what you're speaking to with respect to gas, those would be the short run. But with respect to rate design, we're more concerned with the longer run. Ideally, the utility industry, as we're evolving and we can get clarity into 24-hour load shapes, and then we can do that type of analysis to see what type of changes of, like discussion earlier, peak hours, right? What type of generalized elasticity on those short-term spikes would that, right? Would those price signals yield?
Right. But the idea, when we're talking about gradualism, we're talking about customers reacting to price changes, we're still sort of, my understanding is, as a principle of rate design, we're still sort of trying to drive eventually towards a cost causation metric, right? So when we're talking about gradualism, we don't want to, we're trying to avoid rate shock or whiplash, but we're driving towards, what we're gradually getting towards is something that looks closer to actual cost causation. Is that accurate?
Yes, the nirvana is 1.0 for all
Right.
classes.
Thank you. The reason where I'm going with this is I was a little confused by some of Mr. Kolka's testimony yesterday with regard to that large disparity between R and RT. Mr. Kolka, you were talking about the concern about migration because of arising from that disparity. It's my understanding that concern had something to do with why the company chose not to adhere to the result of the cost of service study for those rate classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So is it accurate that disparity is it your understanding that disparity is a better reflection of actual cost causation?
We're going to, through late file 4, cycle through all these issues as we update the cost of service study to, or I should say, as we modify the cost of service study to combine rates R and RT. I believe that looking at it a little more in detail between yesterday and today, it's likely that the primary driver between that difference is due to the difference in the annual average consumption per customer between the two classes. Rate R customers consume much less than rate RT customers. And we have a number of costs that are allocated based on customer count, all those, the customer component. But we're limited by the MRCC to recovering those fixed costs through the volumetric charge. So, and that's not just a phenomena from this cost of service study or any particular one. That's just the straightforward math of it. Fixed costs, volumetric recovery, the lower, and each customer has the same allocation of customer costs on average. So it's based on customer count. You have N number of customers in rate R, T number of customers in rate RT, and the costs are going to be allocated based on that percentage to those two. But they're going to be recovered through the volumetric charge per customer at a much greater rate through that rate schedule with the lower average per customer sales. Now, in a situation where the boundaries between the two are fixed, then that truly is a cost of service difference. However, rate R and RT, each customer is going to take one or the other, but it's up to them to choose which one. So we really have an artificial boundary between the two that are identified in any test year. So we have the 2021 information that was used to calculate this. Going forward to the next time we do a cost of service study, we're going to have different test year. We're going to have different billing determinants, different average per customer consumption. And to the extent that there's migration, the customers that are migrating from one to the other will bring their load characteristics with them into that new rate schedule.
And that potentially exacerbates the concern you were talking about yesterday with the revenue offset, right? So like if you have a scenario where RT is too high and the majority of RT customers move to R, then you have all these high load, you have these customers bringing their increased load characteristics into R and paying less, and that messes up but you're not going to achieve your revenue requirement that's designed to be, the portion of it that's designed to be captured through RT, right?
Generally, but going the other way. We're concerned about the rate R being
Right.
higher than the rate RT.
Right. So that's sort of what I'm getting at, because it sounds like that's not a gradualism concern or a concern for the impact on customers. It sounds like that's a concern for the company's ability to collect its revenue, which is a different concern. Is that accurate?
That is a concern, yes. As for gradualism, that does impact it, because we would have, if we were to implement, if we were to implement the cost of service study as it is, you would see a much greater impact to rate R customers than to rate RT customers. And that's actually been calculated in the response to RRU 494. If you look at attachment 1, I believe, you'll see the rates under the full cost of service without a phase-in. That's ending point right there. That's no gradualism if we were to go to that. Now, that's not anything we proposed, but that was a hypothetical situation that was asked for in that. But it's an ending point. It's an ending point to get there.
Right.
So the gradualism aspect of that is the customers can get away from that shock by going to rate RT. So by failing to use that gradualism, we end up with a migration issue, which then becomes a different issue, and that's revenue recovery.
Gotcha. All right, I want to switch gears, and Chairman, recognizing your note that you might need to interrupt me, I'll just highlight when I'm changing subjects so that perhaps the authority can know when to jump in with a break. I want to talk a little bit about the testimony Mr. Kolka offered yesterday about the time crunch to kind of get this done. I remember the chairman asking about this and mentioning, well, I guess I'll ask the same question again. Doesn't the company have control over the timing with which it files a rate case?
It does.
Okay. And I think that the response that you gave to the chairman asking a similar question was that what your reference to timing pertained to the timing of 17-1203 RE02 and perhaps RE11 acknowledging that docket's over. Is that correct? Does the timing of those dockets, is that what you're referencing with timing as well?
Well, those dockets would allow for a more robust view from a lot of different points here. What we have in this situation is that we have a cost of service study, which is just one part of a much larger filing. And the cost of service study is conducted, and that takes time. It takes time to do a cost of service study. So we commissioned Concentric to do that months prior. They got a lot of data. This is a data intensive study. And then the results came out, and we looked at the results and we saw this disparity between R and RT.
Right.
At that point, there's no time to redo the study. We did the study according to the standard that's the minimum standard, the minimum system standards used, as Mr. Amal had testified in numerous in numerous states and in this state. But when it gets to the time to make the revenue allocations, by that time, we don't have a chance to rerun the study to try different things. So, this was minimum system, standard procedure, NARU compliant, everything. It's a good study. but it shows a result that we don't think can be implemented successfully in reality. And that is primarily the difference between radar and radar T.
I understand all that, but what I don't understand is when you're saying at that point, there's no time to rerun the study. What, couldn't the company have just not filed until it reran the study?
That would be holding up, this is one part, and it's a revenue neutral part of a much larger process.
Okay, so when you say that there was no time to rerun the study, it's not that there was anything actually preventing the study from being rerun. It was just up against the competing pressure of getting the rate case filed to satisfy the company's need to file the rate case. Is that accurate?
Yes, we had a choice. We could either have proposed rates as the cost of service study does, and as you see in RRU 494, or we could have done what we had proposed to do. Those were the choices that we were faced with. And so we decided that based on numerous things, plus the changes that are going on in these other cases, and that will impact the rates that customer pay, and they will impact them on a primarily revenue neutral basis, that we felt that it was more appropriate to put the rates in here on the method that we proposed, and then defer to those other cases for more in-depth analysis.
Okay. And speaking of those other cases and acknowledging that 171203 RE11 is closed, I just want to return to a statement you made yesterday in response to a question about the same kind of timing issue we were just going to. I think that you referenced the length of time that docket had been open, and you said something to the effect of that docket's been open for something like 2 years. And I think you offered that, and correct me if I'm wrong, as a sort of an example of how long it can take to work these sorts of things out. Is that accurate?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. But isn't it the case that docket was broken up into a bunch of different subsections that were focused on completely different rate design elements? Like first there was the Eversource rate 30, then there was the interim rate decrease. That docket also looked at the low income discount rate. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, there's numerous things were looked at in that docket.
Okay, so that 2 years you referenced it's not really accurate to suggest that it took 2 years to design a particular rate then within that docket, right?
Not in any one of those particular things that was designed in that docket.
Okay, thank you. So going back to what you were just talking about addressing the specific rate design concerns in a different docket, has the company filed anything pertaining to its rate design in 171203 REO2?
Not specific to this cost of service study.
Okay, so is there a plan to file something in REO2 specific to this cost of service study?
We don't know what's going to be filed in the future, because that is an ongoing docket where there's the issue of AMI and implementation is an ongoing topic in there. So we don't have a final order yet, I believe, in that docket. And we don't know what's going to come forward once we get further into that docket.
Okay. Is it your understanding there's anything preventing the company from filing something proactively in that docket, or filing something requesting a generic docket that was like what was being discussed with Attorney Mizinkowski a minute ago?
I believe that's a legal question that beyond the scope of what I can answer.
Okay. Well, the question was, is it your understanding that there's anything preventing the company from doing that?
I'm involved in the rate making aspect, so I can't answer that.
Okay. I guess one kind of follow-up question on that is, I'm just struggling to understand. It sounds like the proposal is that we're working out the rate design stuff somewhere else. I understand and appreciate the suggestion about collaboration and having input from different stakeholders, but what's the plan? Like when is this going to happen? what is the company going to do to make this plan happen?
I don't know if there's anything we can do unilaterally. Once again, that's a discussion I think that has to be brought up in the AMI docket when we get further direction about what to do implementing time of use or time of day pricing.
If I may add to that, I think it was, there was a message yesterday that was pretty loud and clear, consistent with your line of questioning here, which culminated in the issuance of late file 4, of which we're going to do some additional analysis, potentially propose new revenue allocation, and propose how and how long to get towards more equalized rates of return. I think that might be a good opportunity to also, fold in some of your thoughts here as to what like a plan could be, because from what I'm hearing, there can be significant progress made in this instant docket, and perhaps something that's more directly attributable to the AMI docket, such as time of use periods, might need to be ironed out there. But I would respectfully suggest that late file 4 might help be instructive here.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple more questions about the AMI docket. There was some testimony yesterday about the minimum system study. And I think there was a question about whether the company could produce a minimum system study that could address Mr. Chernick's criticisms. And there was a response that the company, that even in that hypothetical, that the company would still have some data limitations that would prevent kind of a perfect picture. I think it was Mr. Ramal who testified that. Is that an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I heard that part of the reason for that was that the company doesn't have AMI fully deployed. And that, sorry, go ahead.
I don't believe that we said that regarding conducting a study using Mr. Chernick's criticism. I don't think that was related to AMI data availability.
Okay, thank you. Because I did hear some testimony that although the company does have AMI, it's not fully deployed, and also that the capability to kind of get a more like a closer to a per circuit picture of what's going on is theoretically possible, but we're just not there yet. Was that the wrong context for that?
No, I recall that. That's correct.
Okay.
It's not fully deployed.
Sorry, I meant in terms of conducting a minimum system study. That was not related, but yep.
Okay. I'm just trying to reconcile that with the proposal to address the rate design issues in the AMI docket. It sounds like on one hand, I'm hearing that the AMI discussion in the AMI docket is essential to kind of finalizing rate design, and that there's so much depends on the direction of that docket. But on the other hand, it sort of sounds like AMI in its current form, and I heard a little bit more about this in today's testimony on a different subject, isn't able to provide the level of detail necessary to actually arrive at kind of an ideal cost causation model like we were talking about earlier.
Well,
so I guess I'm just confused about what's so important about the AMI docket if AMI isn't actually going to get us to the 1.0 gold standard.
The 2 docket situation came up when we filed our pre-file testimony. There were 2 dockets, and one of them was the RE11 docket.
Yep.
Now that there's 1 docket, that the AMI docket, that's specific to time of day. There's numerous things that were asked of the company, for instance, seasonal rates, time of day rates, different things that will affect the cost of service, what we have. When it comes to AMI data, there's the data that the meter gathers, and is sent back to the meter data repository. But it may not be stored because it's not necessarily used. Now, what we know we store, because I can get access to it, daily data for everyone by time period, on peak and off peak. Those 15-minute, those 15-minute values are not necessarily stored for everyone because we don't use them at the time. Now, this can all change in the future, and it may change in the future depending on what happens in that docket. That's the appropriate place we feel to look at those. So there may be more data that comes up. What can we do with it, though? That's the question. With a lot of data, you can do a lot of analysis, but can you get a lot more use out of it? That's all something that we can't answer now until we know what the future is going to look like, until we have an order to see what the future is going to look like.
Okay.
But taking that, then the full rate design out, we now have only one docket. That's this one. And our proposal to consolidate R and RT should go a long way toward alleviating the risk of migration from R to RT and the subsequent revenue deficiency we would face on an ongoing basis.
Thanks. The last thing you just said about there being down to one docket outside of AMI, which is this one, were we just talking about a generic docket that doesn't yet exist?
That was hypothetical.
Okay. So you mean we're down to one docket that's currently open, and that's this one?
We're down to a docket where we're likely going to get an order to do the cost of service study in this.
Gotcha. This is sort of out of order. This pertains to what you're just talking about. It's out of order according to my notes. So I'm sorry if I hit this again later. About going back to what you were just saying about our AMI. I heard you talking earlier today about how you need to roll trucks, it sounded like, in order to adjust the time of the peak time that's currently set for AMI meters. I'm just confused, and maybe you might not be the right person to respond to this, but I'm confused sort of technologically, because I also heard you say just now and earlier that AMI is providing daily readings and that you are getting peak information. So is it that, do you have to physically touch the meter just to tell it when the peak is, to tell it when to send you a reading? Is that the issue?
Mark, I can respond to that. We have the capability to use AMI to change those settings that you just described. So we have not done it en masse to date. And there was a question earlier about, potential project to execute that. What would that look like? I mean, I think we would do that in a pilot basis to make sure that we had, all the details completely worked out, follow that up with a significant QA procedure, and then have the capability to deploy when the time came.
Okay. So just to clarify the earlier testimony then, right now the process, because you haven't ironed out exactly, you haven't tested, it sounds like, the process of remotely adjusting the peak programming. Right now, the process would require physically going to each meter and changing it, but the technology exists already to do it remotely. Is that correct?
We have the capability to deploy using the communications network. We have not deployed it at scale.
Okay.
So making a change that significant is something that we would test the process at smaller scales and then deploy if that need came to be. To make widespread changes to that.
And I'm not. This question is not intended to be combative at all. It's really just so I understand. Is that different from what was testified to Purist staff? The testimony about the necessity to physically change the meters in order to make that adjustment?
I don't think we said change the meters. I think we have to go out to program the meters. That's not done remotely at this moment.
There is the capability. So typically when we have a change to a meter today, we will do that physically. If we were going to reprogram en masse for an order like you're describing, we would
leverage that technology.
Okay, so it sounds like that maybe is a different answer, because it's my understanding that what was specified earlier was, I think the question was, could you change the peak? Like, could you, for the time of use for RT, could you adjust the peak time period to a tighter peak period? And my understanding was the answer was we could do that, but it would require going to physically reprogram each meter. But it sounds like if you were to do that system-wide across that whole rate class, you might not, you'd instead utilize the remote technology. Is that correct?
We would leverage that capability.
Okay. Thank you. All right, one more kind of timing question. Generally, there was a specific question yesterday from Pura staff. The question was something to the effect of, hypothetically, if the REO2 docket isn't finalized within this year, would you need to adjust the test year? Does that ring a bell? And I think the response was, the response I'm getting at, and I think it came from you, Mr. Therian, was that because the company's requesting a multi-year rate plan, there would be lots of opportunities to make adjustments along the way. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do. I believe there were two responses to that. The first response, I believe, was from Mr. Kolka saying it would be best to reset the test year. I don't think it's an absolute necessity, but I think it'd be best. And then my response in that same vein of questioning was that, and it was more in response to graduation questions, and could you move towards 1.0 over a period of time? That's when I testified that we have an opportunity in a multi-year rate plan for each annual setting of the new revenue requirement to also adjust rates.
Thank you. And that's gets to the heart of my question. Is the company anticipating, as part of its proposal for this multi-year rate plan, that there would be an annual hearing for revenue requirements outside of the RAM proceeding?
For distribution?
Yeah.
No, I believe we're going to come up with a set of revenue requirements from this case that are going to be cast in stone for this rate plan.
Right. So the proposal as I see it is that in some ways you could frame it, feel free to disagree with me, but some ways you could frame it that the benefit of a multi-year rate plan, or I guess the difference between a multi-year rate plan and a single year rate plan, is it sort of has a set it and forget it, if you can forgive the phrase, feature, meaning that it's intended to adjust itself annually and that mitigates the need for the company potentially to come in to file a new rate plan after a year, for example, right?
Not exactly. The revenue requirements, the dollars per year, that's going to be set. But something maybe along the same vein that you're talking about happened with the MRCC, where we set rates in the 2016 rate case, we set rates for 2017, 2018, and 2019, right through that compliance with the decision in late 2016. Then we got into the MRCC docket, which was then, I think it was at the end of 2017 when that decision came out. It's too late to do anything about it for the 2018 rates that became effect on January 1st, 2018. But we did change, not the revenue requirement, not the dollars per year, and none of the billing determinants either. We went in and we redesigned the rate R and rate RT rates only to account for the lower basic service charge, no, the higher basic service charge that came out with it. So we did recast the rate year 3 rate R and rate RT rates. That's something we could do here going forward, is if we had different cost of service data, or if we had different results, we could take that into with what's already known as our approved revenue requirement and billing determinants.
Gotcha. So, I mean, the difference, it sounds like, is we're talking about revenue neutral adjustments, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I would move on from here. I don't know if it's a good.
Yeah, this is a good time to take a break. So let's break until 2:55.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah. Tired last year. Well, it's seven. It's good blood.
That's I believe it.
So he was there when they got. So now it's exciting.
Yeah, yeah.
I get very like a cat over here. Get myself surrounded. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. Yes, they have a schedule. Monday is, but then I'll be back. Yeah. Tracy. Tracy. Or this. Yeah. You got your safety. I am, yeah. Wasn't there yesterday. So did I. Surprisingly, yeah. It's a good thing they didn't throw the whole piece out.
Yeah. You might, what do you do if somebody else picks it up for you? I have no idea where. Yes.
You know, I.
Yeah, so if you want to ask me, okay. Yeah, I guess we did.
Answer like.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, let's go back on the record and we can resume cross with the OCC, please.
Churchill, just one moment before we can, Mr. Eves was able to track down read in B, if we
Oh,
wanted
very
to read
good.
that in.
That'd be great.
I
Thank you.
have that as data on the time it would take to install a larger pole.
Yes.
For a 40 and 45-foot pole, it would be the same labor estimate, 6 man hours. A 50-foot pole would require eight man hours. So there is differentiation as you go beyond 45 feet.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, now we can go back to cross.
Thank you, Chairman. I hate to do it, I have one follow-up question on the AMI issue. Maybe Mr. Eves, you can help me with. The question is, I'm having trouble understanding why the meters themselves need to be reprogrammed at all. If the company has 15-minute increment data, couldn't the company just analyze the data and adjust the peak, the applicable peak on the back end? Like as sort of like a billing measure, just sort of make that adjustment on analyzing the usage data that it's already automatically collecting? Does that question make sense?
It does. I think that potentially could be an element that, depending on the level of granularity necessary, to program that on the back end.
Okay.
It is a tool that could be used potentially.
Thank you. A couple of questions. I think I'm going to get into our favorite subject, the economic development rate. There was some testimony yesterday about the revenue decoupling mechanism and how the revenue loss associated with the low income discount rate. And then I guess as was clarified today, any credit from the economic development rate would be recovered or credited through the revenue decoupling mechanism. And I heard yesterday that those discounts weren't addressed in the sales forecast. And I heard I think again today, someone confirmed that the economic development rate, there was no attempt to include that in the sales forecast. I was just wondering why, particularly with the low income discount rate, since that rate's already kind of designed and that docket's closed at this point. Is there a reason that you couldn't attempt to include that in the sales forecast?
So Attorney Wheel, the purpose of the sales forecast with respect to this rate case is, absent any of our proposed changes, these are what the projected revenues would be at current rates. So with respect to that, as far as the test year is concerned, and we use like a total residential and the total residential to project residential load levels, customer counts, and then we allocate that between the residential service classes, rate R and rate RT, and then price them out at current rates. So my understanding at the present time, there is no LIDR in the test year.
Right.
And as far as quantifying or estimating the amount of LIDR in the revenues at the proposed rates was outside the scope of what the purpose of the forecast is absent any changes that we're proposing, this is what our revenue stream would look like over the next 3 years.
Okay, this is a dumb question then. What good does a sales forecast on old rates do? Because aren't, like, when the new rates go into effect, there's gonna be, hasn't the company historically observed that there's different load factor, like if there are adjustments in sales as a result of the change in price, right?
But when you say old rates, those are current rates.
Current rates, yes.
Yeah, so that, and again, the purpose of the analysis is if we do not get a proposed rate change to cover increasing revenue requirement, this is what the revenue stream would look like. This is what potentially the shortfall would be, and here's the position the company would be in.
Okay, so that's the only purpose of the sales forecast then?
With respect to rate design, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Told you it was a dumb question.
No.
There was some testimony yesterday about the economic development rate and the company considering two buckets of benefits: the benefit to existing ratepayers and the benefit to the overall economy. There was a little more testimony about that in response to Attorney Minikowski's questions just now. Just curious. I have two questions about that in general. I thought I also heard testimony yesterday that the company didn't attempt to quantify an overall economic benefit of the rate. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So can you reconcile that if the company's considering as one bucket the overall economic benefits, but it's not attempting to quantify the overall economic benefit, then what does considering the bucket mean?
Well, I think the statement that we're considering that bucket is that it's accepted that additional employment in a region and additional investment in the region is a net positive to the economic service territory.
Okay.
How much, we did not quantify that.
Okay, thank you. Does the company also benefit from an economic discount rate?
No, not from an earnings perspective.
Okay, so there's no benefit to the company's shareholders in attracting new large commercial customers?
Correct.
No benefit to connecting those new large customer loads to its system in terms of increased capital expenditures and the associated returns?
If there was more capital expenditure, then there would be more return on it, but the rate of return wouldn't change.
Okay. I'll just leave that there. What about, is there increased capital expenditures associated with adding those second meters to existing customers, as was discussed yesterday as part of the economic discount rate?
The capital from the meter? Are you talking about the capital from the meter?
Talking about, I mean, when you install the second meter, who owns the meter?
Well, the company does.
Okay, and does the company collect a rate of return on the value of that meter?
It does.
Okay, so the more, isn't it the case that when the company adds large new commercial customers to its system, it typically has to make improvements to its systems to accommodate that connection?
Well, it does, but they'll only be paid for if those are included in the rate base.
Okay. So it sounds like the answer is that the company had no consideration at all about those potential benefits in determining the economic development rate?
No increased investment was included in the rate base due to the economic development rate. So to the extent that there won't be any approved rate base in this, and there would be no opportunity for the company to earn on additional capital investment, that's not included in the revenue requirement.
Okay. Would anything that's incremental in terms of capital expenditures be included in rate base in the company's next rate filing, though?
They would I don't know, that would be a question more specifically appropriate for the revenue requirements panel.
Okay. There was some testimony yesterday, and this is also a stupid question, just an area that I had never heard of before. There was some testimony about negotiable rates, and there was a reference I heard to circumstances where the company can elect to support an individual customer's application to Pura for a special rate. Can you just describe that process a little more? I guess my first question is, what does that look like from the customer's point of view? There's a process where a commercial customer can individually apply to Pura for a special rate for that customer?
So let me attempt to walk through how that would probably happen and how I've seen it work in other jurisdictions with other customers. There may or may not be a standing process for it, but let's say that there is no standing process for it. And a potential new customer comes in and says, hey, I want to open up a big plant here and I need a discount. That could be a call from a president of a company to the president of the utility. And then presumably the president of the utility sends it down to the key account management group. And then people work together to see if there's some sort of accommodation within the existing tariff structure to help that company. And if not, typically at least some sort of, I'll use the word negotiation, but the company doesn't have the ability to negotiate rates. It just basically comes down to, well, what do you think you need in order to get here, to kind of frame the issue? And then I think it's a utility's management obligation to then say, well, we can either support you in this endeavor or not. And then it's up to the approaching company to decide what their next steps would be. Whether they want to act independently of the utility in approaching the authority, or if the company thinks that they can support that application, they would go in together. And in the past, I've seen predominantly special contracts being approved by the authority when the approaching party and the utility together say, hey, we think this makes sense. We've looked at what it would take in order to attach this new customer to the system. We've proven that, this revenue from this new customer would cover the costs and provide a net benefit to existing ratepayers. We think you should consider it and approve it. That's generally the process that I'm aware of in multiple jurisdictions.
Okay, thanks. Generally in the company's analysis of whether it can support that proposal, how does the company make that decision? Like, what's the kind of proposal a company wouldn't support?
Well, it's very situational. It depends what the prospective party is asking for, basically. I mean, I think fundamentally, we've talked about it in our testimony, a new customer has to cover their marginal costs. I mean, that is fundamental. So if a new approaching entity were proposing something in which those marginal costs would not be covered, I think that's a non-starter.
Okay. I guess is that the only consideration? I'm just confused by this, by the idea of there's an internal kind of determination of whether it's something the company can support, especially in light of Mr. Kolka's testimony earlier that the company doesn't consider benefits to its own shareholders associated with like an economic development rate. So I'm confused about what the company's motivation to support a large company's application for a special contract is, if it's not like the company's motivation for its own benefit.
Generally, utilities have an obligation to take care of their it's exercising reasonable care. And they have an obligation to go beyond their shareholders, but obviously to take care of the customers in which they serve. And I think this falls into that area. This proposed program in general is something that has been vetted in another docket and decided that it should be something that should be proposed in a rate case. And this is essentially a tariff offering designed around care of the customer base.
Right. So it sounds like then the only consideration is so long as an application for a special contract covers the customer's marginal cost, then the company would support it, right?
I testified that it's very situational.
Yeah, I heard you testify that. I'm just confused about what other situations, so there's marginal cost, what other considerations are there?
I could only offer you hypothetical examples.
Okay. Thank you. Gonna switch to my other source of notes. All right, backtracking a little bit, Mr. Kolka, I think you testified earlier, and I just referenced it in a question a minute ago, that that the company is not predicting, there's nothing built into the economic development rate to it. There's no plan for there to be revenue loss associated with the discount of the development rate itself. So that wouldn't be going through the RDM, right?
Correct.
And understanding that's administrative costs are separate, that there are expected to be costs associated with administering the rate, but the actual discount itself is not going to result in a revenue loss that needs to be accounted for in the RDM, right?
That's correct. That's our design.
Okay. Has the company done any work to project what those administrative costs generally are going to look like?
We have not.
Okay. There was some testimony yesterday regarding the administrative costs associated with the economic development rate about determining which costs are incremental. So the specific discussion was talking about full-time employee time allocation. There's some discussion of, that it sort of depends on how much of a change to a, in the hypothetical example of a person who already works at UI doing some administrative tasks, if taking on the administration of something like the economic development rate is already in line with that person's duties and doesn't significantly alter them, then there probably isn't any measurable incremental cost. But that there's some point at which, if it's such a large change, or if there's a lot of work to be done, then that would result in incremental costs. And I think this was specific to the conversation about regulatory assets. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Okay. I'm just curious, in that same hypothetical, let's say you have an employee who has to take on the duty of administering something like the economic development rate or the low income discount rate, either one, and ends up spending about 50% of their time on that. That's, I assume, would be a significant enough change that would likely result in some sort of the company viewing that as an incremental cost.
Yes, that would be an indication that this can't be handled in the normal course of what we already have.
Right.
Business.
Okay. So I'm just curious, what happens to the other 50% of that? So we're already paying this person and paying for their benefits, and then you take half of what they're paid. You take whatever the incremental cost, however you calculate that, from the cost of that person already, and you put that in a regulatory asset. Is there any adjustment on the other end to account for the reduction in that person's value as to the portion of their cost that's already being recovered?
There has to be. It has to be a one-to-one correspondence.
Right. So you have to kind of reduce. You add it to you book whatever proportion you book in the regulatory asset, you have to make the adjustment in the book for what's already being allowed under allowed revenue, right?
Correct.
Okay. But how does that work out? How do ratepayers benefit from that in the end? Do ratepayers see a reduction in rates as a result of that adjustment?
They should. How specifically, we haven't worked through that yet.
Okay, but ratepayers certainly see an increase in rates when the company collects its regulatory asset, right?
We would want to make sure, and we would make sure, that that person's time is not double collected. How we would do that at this point, I don't know. But if there is a significant amount, that's an indication that there needs to be incremental resources applied to this that are not in the current revenue requirement, and then would be put into this. And I know we said regulatory asset, but it should go in the long run the other way. We don't want to do this at existing ratepayer expense. So there may be startup costs, but they should be, if the program is designed and operated correctly, there should be more revenue because there should be a contribution above fixed costs from the incremental revenue from the EDR.
Gotcha. Why wouldn't, so I'm getting back to what you said before, I understand the concept that in my hypothetical, the person's devoting 50% of their time to administering that. The reason that is an incremental cost is that you have to make up for that on the other side, like that the company is eventually going to incur an incremental expense to account for the loss of productivity as to other activities. Why doesn't the company just incur that expense and book that?
I'm not understanding that question. Okay.
Yes, generally, the way we would do the accounting is just that if we used up that resource and it was determined that we needed to hire an incremental resource, which was not in base rates, then that would arguably be considered in this overall cost of the program.
Right, okay. So that's kind of my question is, when it comes to like, I understand the concept of allocating time, that you can book an employee's time towards different cost drivers. But that was my question is, when it comes to booking something to the asset, to the regulatory asset, it seems to me it would make more sense to wait until there's actually an incremental cost, a measurable actual incremental cost incurred, like hiring a new employee. And that would be the measure, not what you were referring to before, Mr. Kolka, yesterday about that there'd be some point at which, oh, it's just so much work on this person that now this is getting to the point of it being a bookable regulatory asset cost. Does that make sense?
Perhaps it should have been stated differently that if it comes to a point where a person is spending a lot of time, more so than they can make in their typical work week on this, that's really an indication that incremental resources are needed. So we wouldn't ever attempt to collect on that person who's already in base rates. We wouldn't attempt to collect their salary again through a regulatory asset.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go back, and this is the part of my cross that I pre-apologize for because it's bouncing back and forth. Gonna go back to to another question about the migration concern from between rate R and RT. Just a basic question. You, Mr. Kolka, you talked a little bit again today about that migration concern. And it was specific to the, I think you made a statement to the effect of that rate RT can reduce peak load in principle, except for that migration potential, right? Do you remember talking about that? Like that, I think you were just asked if customers being enrolled in rate RT can reduce peak load. And I think your response was yes, theoretically, but you have to remember that because of their option to be able to switch, that it isn't always measurable. I think that was the point you were trying to make.
Yeah, I believe the question was if the on-peak charge rises, will people cut their consumption down in response to that and cut the peak? Ideally, or in principle, yes. However, if they don't want to reduce their on-peak consumption, they can move to rate R and they're not faced with that on-peak and off-peak split.
Thank you. Your recollection was much better than my notes, but that is what I'm getting at. My question was just, isn't it theoretically possible to exert some control over that incentive with price signals also? In other words, if you made it attractive enough to not switch, you could also control the degree to which people are incented to switch, right?
Well, we really only have two prices we're talking about here. The rate R KWH distribution price and the rate RT KWH distribution price. So any kind of signals that we send, one relative to the other, have to be done by those two prices. And it's setting those two prices, which is the policy that we're trying to figure out. When it comes to setting a higher on-peak price and a lower off-peak price, that's a pretty strong incentive for a customer to move consumption to the off-peak, as opposed to going to rate RT. There'll be some customers who will do that, but there will also be some customers who don't want to deal with that and who will just say, give me the flat rate, I'll pay whatever it is. And we can't really raise the flat rate to prevent that from happening, because we have to raise the flat rate to all the customers who have already made the decision to be on the flat rate.
Understood. Thank you. Following up on, there was the testimony earlier regarding the levelized versus non-levelized options in the application, and the questions about year 4, about reverting for hypothetical rate year 4. My question is just, what if there were a hypothetical rate year 5 or rate year 6, would there be any adjustments to those years?
No.
So we would be at the non-levelized year 3 rate then, right? That's what would be applied to year 4.
And the rest of time until the next rate case.
Thank you. Another dumb question. For the economic development rate, there's been a lot of conversation, and again, I do apologize for jumping around. There's been a lot of conversation about the eligibility criteria for the employee count or the capital investment. Could you just formulate the rate around a discount over a load cap? In other words, formulate a cap over which load over which would receive a discount? Is there a reason that you wouldn't just structure it that way? Then you'd be incenting the extra load that, as we heard earlier, is sort of the primary goal here, but you wouldn't have to worry about the issues associated with tracking employees and whatnot?
Well, I stated earlier, testified earlier, that there was 2 buckets of benefits. The first one is what you just described, the incremental load, and the other is the economic benefit of having more employed people and more investment in the service area.
Yeah, but I thought I heard you also testify yesterday that that the economic benefits that derive from the increased employee count and the extra investment are kind of one and the same as the excess load. I'm thinking specifically of the testimony about the extra shift that we're trying to incent a company to think about adding a shift. So don't you capture that? Like if you're incenting the company to increase load, isn't that kind of like, aren't they increasing load by increasing their activity in the state? How else are they going to increase their load?
They could increase their load by not adding any additional customers or not spending any additional capital.
I think they could increase their load by adding additional machinery and getting rid of people. That's not what we want.
Okay. I just got to my meter programming questions, so we get to skip those. Getting towards it's close to the end. A quick question. There was a question earlier about the concept of exempting low-income discount rate recipients from the costs associated with administering that program. And I think Mr. Kolka, you clarified that the company isn't necessarily proposing doing that, but just modeled it for the purposes of showing it based on what was sought in the RE11 docket where that rate was designed. Just curious, does the company not recommend? Is there a reason the company isn't recommending that approach, or is the company just sort of agnostic to that approach? I guess another way to ask that is, you said we're not proposing that. Does that mean you wouldn't propose that, or that we're not necessarily proposing that one way or the other?
We've never proposed a similar concept in the SBC. So, this was a topic that came up during the low income discount rate case. Once again, I don't want to say agnostic because, we do care about our low income customers. But this is nothing that we would just recommend on our own, but certainly would see the benefit to having done if being ordered to do it. And we've investigated how to do that if so ordered.
Okay. I'm just asking, I'm just trying to make sure, is there a reason from the company's perspective that shouldn't be considered? Is there something that Pura or other parties that would supported that notion aren't seeing that the company is recognizing? It sounds like the answer is.
There is extra complexity in the billing. So that's the drawback from it. And there's going to be more costs put on non-participating customers. So there's that balance between what cost should the participating customers be set down to and what will non-participating customers agree to bear.
Understood. And I think that was all discussed at length in that docket. So I was just trying to see if there's anything from a sort of a rate design perspective or something technical that would be a problem for doing that, aside from the increase in administrative costs associated with figuring it out. So it sounds like
there would be the additional rate making complexity would be small in comparison to other changes.
Okay, thank you. I did have a few questions on cash working capital. I know that's not this panel, but it's my understanding the witness is here for that today, so I'm not sure. It's only 4 questions, maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Will. Yeah, Mr. Adams is on this panel.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question. My first question is about your direct testimony. I can wait until you're ready. Are you ready? But does your cash working capital include a lag for depreciation expense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And sorry to jump right to it, but your rebuttal testimony, I think it's on page 3 of line 1. Is your testimony that based on your experience in a number of different jurisdictions, that you disagree with our witnesses, Mr. Schultz and Mr. DeFever's inference about depreciation expenses being included in cash working capital?
Yes.
Okay. Your response to OCC 202, you were asked if the treatment was consistent with what you've advocated for in other jurisdictions. Do you remember that?
See that? Yes.
Is the response that the company filed responsive to that part of their request?
I believe it is.
Okay, so you answered whether your treatment's consistent with what you've advocated for in other jurisdictions?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. Can you identify the other jurisdictions you testified on working capital, cash working capital, where depreciation is not allowed in the cash working capital determination?
It's not allowed?
Yes.
I don't have a list of all the jurisdictions that I've testified in, but I think there's about 6 of them that I've testified in that depreciation has been included, and then probably an equal number where it has not.
Okay. Can you remember which of those 3 it sounds like it was not?
I don't recall them all off the top of my head now.
Okay. Could I ask for a late file on that, please?
Okay, late file exhibit 13 is to provide a list of the jurisdictions in which depreciation was not allowed in the cost working capital.
Yes. Thank you.
Where Mr. Adams has testified?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe the testimony he just offered, accepting that it's a guess, is that there are approximately 6 jurisdictions where he's offered testimony on this subject, and that about half of them would have fallen in that list. We understand if, when you go back and look, if it's actually 4 or something like that, just putting that out there for context. And in those jurisdictions, did you advocate in those jurisdictions that depreciation should be included?
If the local precedent was that depreciation was not included in cash working capital, I did not include it.
Okay.
So I follow precedent typically of the jurisdiction that I'm in.
Okay. And I think, unless Attorney Minkowski has anything extra, I think we are finally done. We appreciate everybody's flexibility and the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to cross-examination from CIEC. We will start with. Oh, sorry, Attorney Bidra. Yeah, you would like to go before CIEC? We've got you on for second to last here, but it's on the back. You have no. I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. Page 5, it carries over to page. Would you, Attorney Goodman says he has no objection to you going now if you would prefer.
The company has no objection either.
Somebody has no objection. You do want to go now? Okay, please approach.
Thank you. I'll have to get the revised agenda. So I'm literally on the same page. Good afternoon. Lauren Bidra, Office of the Attorney General.
So I've heard your testimony about the company requiring additional time to implement rates. And if you could just walk me through what would happen after the final decision slated for August 25th, 2023, assuming there's no AMI docket final decision and no generic docket as you've discussed.
Now, we would be able to implement rates on September 1st, 2023.
What would the limitations of those rates be?
We would be using the cost of service study. We would either A, be using the proposal that we put forth, or B, using rates that we may come up with, that we will come up with in late file 4.
Okay, I'd like to continue the conversation about the economic development rate. Is it correct that you propose to establish a regulatory asset or liability for, I'll call it the EDR?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you propose to recover or return as appropriate the net revenue or costs associated with that rate in the next rate case, is that generally correct?
Correct.
Okay, so at this time, when you're proposing this rate, you do not know if there will be money to recover from ratepayers or to return from ratepayers from the EDR?
We don't know specifically.
Okay. Would it not be until the next rate case that the allocation of any costs for the EDR would be allocated amongst different rate paying classes?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a proposal at this time for how that would go, or any guidance on how that would be allocated?
No, we don't, although it's likely it would just be another regulatory asset or liability, handled the way all the other ones are and just gets mixed into the revenue requirement.
Is that the treatment in other jurisdictions that have EDR, or other utilities in other jurisdictions that have EDRs?
I'm not aware of startup EDR tariff accounting treatment. I am aware of the roughly 25 utilities that have tariffs, how they administer them, but I do not know their accounting.
Is that anywhere in this docket?
The accounting aspect of it, not to my knowledge.
Okay, okay. Are you aware if utilities in other jurisdictions implemented a pilot for EDR before the rate became fully in effect?
I do not know.
Is that anywhere in this docket to your knowledge?
No.
It's not in our docket here. No,
Right, just in the administrative record before us.
not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kolka, are you aware of any utilities in other jurisdictions that implemented pilots before the full EDR went into effect?
I'm not aware, no.
If I could have a moment to just check CEA 1, attachment 2,
Thank you.
that would be where any pilot program would be identified. Subject to further check, I just did a simple word search for the word pilot and it did not come up.
In the context of
Of-
CA1 attachment 2, Mr.
That's
Therian?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Have you conducted a cost benefit analysis of an economic development rate?
No.
Have you conducted any studies about an economic development rate?
No.
Mr. Therian, I earlier heard you tell Mr. Wheel, I heard you use the phrase vetted in another docket. Were you referring to the EDR when you said that?
One moment, please.
Subject to check, I believe there was some material filed in early 2021 in the rate design docket, RE11, regarding economic development rates.
Is it correct that a cost benefit analysis was not filed by UI in that docket? About
Correct.
the-
Yes, we didn't file a
Thank you.
cost benefit analysis.
I've heard testimony about, I think, special contracts. You refer them to multiple other cross-examiners. Are there any other, and I don't know that, I'll loosely call it an incentive. That may not be the best term. Are there any other incentives for business customers other than the special contracts?
Offered today by the company or in general?
Offered today?
No, there's no rate type incentives offered by the company today.
Have you, going back briefly to other jurisdictions, have you studied the effectiveness of EDRs in other jurisdictions?
Back to the response to CAE 1 attachments 1 and 2, but I'll use 2 as an example. There are quantifications of the results. Those results are not qualified as being successful or unsuccessful, but they are quantified. So by way of example, on page 3 of 7, the results of the California EDR, Pacific Gas and Electric program, the results were that approximately 11,000 jobs were created or retained through 2018. 119 megawatts of load added to PG&E through 2018. The majority of projects were attractions rather than retentions. The majority of businesses were in the manufacturing and transportation segments. So those are just factual results.
Are there any, is there any indication of the effect on different classes of ratepayers of the EDRs in other jurisdictions?
No.
Is there evidence in this docket that the benefits of a EDR would accrue to the benefit of all ratepayers?
Yes, in our rebuttal testimony, we spent several pages describing how incremental load that covers marginal costs provide, through the rate making process, benefits to the existing ratepayer population.
Without knowing what incremental load would result from an EDR, would you agree that's theoretical?
Well, it could range from 0 to some number that I can't quantify.
Thank you.
And I say that because if there were no incremental customers attracted by this proposed rate, then the benefit would be 0. If there were a lot of customers attracted and we could quantify the incremental load, which I think that is something that could be quantified, and the incremental revenues above marginal costs, that could be quantified, but it can't be estimated with any certainty.
Is it correct that any expenses related to physical infrastructure to serve incremental EDR loads are not quantified in the context of this current rate case?
Correct. They're not in the revenue requirement.
And is it also correct that the quantification of any expenses associated with administrative costs are not in the context of this rate case?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about, we'll call it longevity. Is there a requirement that business customers on the EDR rate remain a UI customer for a set amount of time?
No.
So it's possible that a customer, a business customer on the EDR rate could go bankrupt or leave UI service territory 1 day, 20 days, 400 days after the EDR rate is applied to that customer?
It is possible.
Who bears the risk or any associated costs for physical infrastructure or what other costs there are for serving that load that could leave at any day?
In this rate case, before the next one, all these expenses will go, everything will go into a regulatory asset or liability. And I think the prudency of that investment and the attempt to recover it will have to be done in the next rate case.
So in this discrete example, ratepayers bear the risk of any costs associated with a customer on an EDR rate leaving UI service territory for any variety of reasons.
I would respectfully disagree with that, and here's my thinking. So an incremental investment is made, the customer receives service, the customer begins to pay their bill, and then at some point, and I'll use your example of 400 days, goes bankrupt. Okay, so now there's an asset that is no longer used and useful for that particular customer, okay? And it's included in rates. The next time rates are reset, that asset will not be included in rates. This is normal rate making, whether they were on an ED rate or whether they were on a time of use rate or whether they were on a general service rate. This is part of providing the obligation to serve. It's utility obligation to serve. So in my view, there's no distinction here between an EDR rate and standard service.
In this scenario, though, a customer on the EDR rate that left would not serve one of your stated goals of promoting economic development because presumably the employees of that company would no longer be employed.
There's uncertainty in the future about what any of these customers will do. We can't guarantee that someone who comes into the service territory and meets the criteria, then for some reason goes out of business. There's nothing that the company can do about that. The company has an obligation to provide service to that customer should they choose to move in. Regardless of whether they move in on an EDR or not, we generally have the obligation to serve new customers. If a customer moves in and incremental plant is built to serve that customer, that would not be in this rate case rate plan because it would be investment that was not included in here. There would be two types of investment. There would be investment in the network, which would be shared facilities, and that capacity would be available to basically all of the customers. And then there's sole use facilities that they would have to pay, or maybe there would be a construction in aid of, a contribution in aid of construction. Once again, it is a specific project thing. If there is network facilities that are built and this company subsequently leaves, those network facilities are still available. And they would likely be in rate base and likely be paid for, but could benefit all other customers. It's the sole use facilities that the company would probably need to seek recovery for and may not get it. But we don't know that.
In the other jurisdictions with EDRs, are you aware of we'll call it a longevity requirement or an amount of time a customer has to be on the rate to be eligible for the rate?
There is not a longevity requirement in the tariff as is proposed. There is a limit to the discount terms of 5 years, but there's no requirement that the customer take service for any particular period of time.
My question, thank you for your answer. My question was asking something else. I'll repeat it.
I'm sorry if I missed.
It's okay. It's a long day and it's almost the weekend. In other jurisdictions that have EDRs, are you aware of a longevity requirement?
Not that we're aware of.
If in this docket, as a result of this docket, Pura approves a revenue requirement that would decrease rates, is it possible that the CNI rate would decrease?
If the revenue requirement went down, rates would go down accordingly.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Attorney Goodman. And I won't keep everybody for 3 hours, so we can do it. Attorney Venor, you look a little panicked.
When you said, I looked at the calendar, so, I mean, the clock. I just wanted to make an administrative request. We have Mr. Adams on this panel.
Okay.
And cash working capital. Maybe that by the end of the day, I think the only parties remaining potentially are on pole attachment issues, except with the possible exception with the OE, which reserved the right. And so if parties don't have questions for him, since this panel will likely have to come back on
Monday.
Tuesday, I'd like to see if we could release him potentially.
Fair enough. So I will, you don't have to tell us now, but maybe we'll pause at 5 o'clock in Attorney Goodman's cross and representatives from NECTA, NetSpeed, DEEP, and EOE. If I poll everyone when we stop this cross for witness Adams, then we, including my colleagues, we will consider letting Mr. Adams go.
Yeah, that was implied in my request that it was the commissioners as well. So.
Okay, very good. Very good. Attorney Goodman, if we can start. Oh, it's not. I don't think it's on. Okay. There you go.
I hope that's better.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jay Goodman, appearing on behalf of the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers. I'll thank you in advance for your time. And just bear with me for 1 minute. So yesterday in particular, well, between not honestly being able to hear all of the answers yesterday and hearing answers formulated somewhat differently today, I'd like to try to hopefully relatively quickly step through a couple just statements of principle, if you will, to see if you agree, to make sure I understand what your positions are. So to start, I might be having a technical issue. Would you agree that the purpose of a cost of service study is to provide a cost-based rationale for determining how much of the company's revenue requirement should be allocated to each service class?
I would agree that an allocated cost of service study provides guidance in setting rates. It is not a prescriptive study, but a tool to be used in rate setting.
Okay. And would you agree that cost of service studies can also, or should be used as a guide and to inform cost-based design of rates for different service classifications?
Yes.
Okay, so it might be just restating what I asked, but just to be clear, you wouldn't say that the cost of service study should be used to essentially, you wouldn't necessarily rely on it for rate design, but it would be an important factor or consideration in how you design rates?
I think that's fair. We often refer to it as, the art and the science of rate making. And the science part is that you should have a rigorous allocated cost of service model to help you understand to the best of your ability where the true costs to serve customers lie. And then the art of rate making is gradualism and societal benefit or equity and lots of other really reasonable considerations in setting the rate.
Okay, and would you remind me, when did the company last file a base delivery rate case?
2016.
Do you recall the discussion yesterday regarding the wide variation in relative rates of return that were indicated by the ACOS filed in this case?
Generally, yes.
Would you agree that the amount of variation that's observed in relative rates of return among the classes warrants differentiation in revenue allocation rather than an across-the-board rate increase?
Well, I think we've testified on several different responses to several different questions that at the time that this application was made, and the timing is important, that there were other open dockets that we felt, or the company felt rather, that it would be best to pro-offer an allocated cost of service model, yet not adjust rates differently. In other words, carry forward with an across-the-board increase.
I understand, but starting with the question as a general principle, if there's a wide variation in the relative rates of return among the classes, do you agree that that would warrant differentiation through revenue allocation as opposed to using an across-the-board rate increase as a general principle?
Potentially. It's one consideration among many. As I said, it's a tool and a strong consideration in the remaking process.
I understand. If I can have a minute, I have a file I'd like to open over here.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Raimel and Mr. Tarian, do you recall recently sponsoring testimony in the Connecticut water case? It's coming up on the screen. It was docket 20-12-30.
Sorry, was that addressed to me? Sorry.
To both you and Mr. Tarian. I believe you both sponsored the testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
correct, yes.
We'll try to get it on the screen, but in the interest of moving this forward. While they're trying to get on the screen, would it be okay for me to read from the testimony, or do you prefer that we wait for the technical difficulty to be worked out?
I'm just gonna check with our witnesses. They may have the document.
Okay.
I think they may be looking for it.
Okay.
Attorney Goodman, is it from what you filed this morning?
It is, yes, thank you. It is attached. It was page 33 of the PDF that I filed this morning. Has the specific reference that I'll be reading from.
We have the document.
Great, thank you.
30.
So again, on page 33 of the PDF, which is page 29 of that testimony, I'm looking at the question starting on line 12, and I'll read it to you. The question was, given the large ROR, rate of return disparity among the classes, do you recommend an across-the-board rate increase approach? The answer, no, we do not. Clearly, the variation among the rate classes warrants differentiation in revenue allocation without qualification. I added the last words without qualification. That's just my characterization of it. Do you still agree with that statement that you recently testified to?
In the Connecticut water case, yes.
Not here?
The decision to do that was not Concentrix. The decision to do that was the company's. And we felt at the time that the pre-filed testimony was made that we weren't comfortable going to a full cost of service study allocation with all these other dockets going on. And I stand by that.
And you said again, when did the company last prepare a cost of service study? Was it 2016?
2006, yeah, 2015 was the test year.
Thank you. And you'd expect the cost of service results to change over time, correct?
Over time, yes.
If I recall the testimony correctly, the panel said that the 2013 and 2016 cost of service study results were relatively consistent with each other, but they were diverged. They were very different than the current cost of service study results, correct?
Correct.
And if I remember correctly, you said that that discrepancy could be attributable to the approximately 8 years that passed between cost studies. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
So I have a few questions coming back to, I know this is well-trodden ground at this point as to the discussion of the cost service study, the concerns that the company has with it and what to be done about it. I believe earlier, Mr. Kolka, if I heard correctly, you said that when you saw the results of the cost service study, there was a red flag. My words, not yours, but you saw that discrepancy between the rate R and RT, and that created concern, right?
We were uncomfortable implementing rates that would roll that result in. And so, you know, we have a large disparity between radar and RT that would likely result in significant migration from radar to radar T and a subsequent revenue loss.
So my next question is directed to Mr. Raimel. You prepared the cost study, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you prepared it and saw the results, did you see a discrepancy between the results for the two rate classes that concerned you?
Discrepancy this among the two classes?
Among R and RT, yes.
No.
So now my question would go to the witnesses from the revenue allocation rates panel, I believe Mr. Kolka and Mr. Tarian. At what point did you see those results and become concerned with that discrepancy between the two rate classes?
It was probably time-wise. I mean,
Yes.
when it was probably in early June.
In early June. And at what point in the development of the rate filing was that?
Would you repeat that, please?
Sure. When we talked earlier, I believe earlier today, about the short window of time that you had and why there wasn't time left to redo the study. So the decision was made to file the case with the study as it was. Just pre-filing, clearly there's a lot of work that goes into pulling all of the studies and data, everything else together for the filing. I'm just curious to know, as that was coming together, at what point in that process did that concern about the discrepancy between the two rate classes become apparent?
It was shortly after we received the cost of service study results and then applied those to our rate model from 2016 that had the full cost of service study and the phase-in over 3 years. There was a process that we had where we put bands around what percentage change we could allow as we were moving toward equal rates of return in the phase-in. And when we went through all that calculation, which probably is pushing up to the end of June at that point, and we reviewed this, we saw this large change or large difference in the rates that we would have to propose for rates R and rate RT, to the point where there's about a 7-cent difference. And that shows up, that the study and the application of that as you speak is shows up in our response to RRU 494. So those show the rates that correspond to the cost of service study used as is without any phase-in. And roughly, I think the rate R kilowatt hour distribution kilowatt hour charge would be a little over 16 cents per kilowatt hour, and for rate RT would be a little over 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's a 7-cent differential. That every kilowatt hour that migrates from rate R to rate RT, in that case, would result in a 7-cent revenue deficiency that would have to be made up by all customers through the RDM.
I understand. I know you've discussed that, explained that a couple times, and I didn't want to interrupt. I actually wasn't asking about the discrepancy because I understand the magnitude of what you saw and why it was concerning. But the question is, let's see, the rate filing was made September 9th, correct?
Pardon?
The rate filing itself was submitted to the authority on September 9th.
That's correct.
That's correct. And you learned of the issue with this discrepancy of the two rate classes sometime in June.
Yes.
So my question is, your initial rate filing made no mention of it. It didn't explain that there was this concern. It didn't say that it did say that the cost service study should not be used for revenue allocation and rate design, but not because of the discrepancy that we've now spent hours discussing. You provided a different rationale for it. So my question is, in your initial filing, why didn't you explain this discrepancy, point it out, and say anything, any explanation along the lines of what we've spent the last 2 days hearing about?
Well, the first thing I would say is that we have high confidence that the cost of service model is accurate. Okay, so that Concentric has conducted hundreds of allocated cost of service studies. Our methodology has been proven in many jurisdictions. So it's a function of the inputs into the cost of service model. And to your earlier point, it has been over 8 years since United Illuminating has conducted a cost of service study. So, trying to deep dive into why the results may be different than what was perhaps expected, that could take a very long time.
I understand, and I'm not asking about why the results are different. I'm asking about why the revenue allocation and rates panel, when it was explaining why we shouldn't rely on the cost study to allocate the revenue and design rates in this case, didn't give an explanation along the lines of what we've been discussing for the last 2 days. Instead, you said that maybe the authority would like to address those issues in generic dockets. Why didn't you give an explanation that we've been discussing for the last 2 days?
We don't know why specifically there is that discrepancy. So in our pre-filed testimony, we wrote that we would like to do this revenue allocation and then take a deeper dive into all these issues because of the changes that have happened over the 8 years in a different docket.
I understand. Let's unpack that for a minute, because if I remember correctly, your testimony did not say that you want to do a deeper dive in a different docket. It said that we don't recommend using the cost study for revenue allocation and rate design in this case, because we think that Pura might want to conduct those exercises in generic dockets. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at my testimony to see exactly what we said on that.
I can wait, or if you'd like to provide the answer later, either way.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to wait if you'd like to refresh your memory.
Yes, please. Yep. Okay. So this is what we wrote. The company proposes to increase distribution rates to all rate schedules such that the percent increase in bundled revenues to each rate schedule is equal to the percentage increase in the bundled revenues across all rate schedules, and that we know. The company proposes to perform this straightforward method of revenue allocation and rate design in this docket and perform detailed rate design, which we never said we didn't want to do, but we said we would do in either docket number 171203 RE02, that's the AMI docket, or docket number 171203 RE11. So no, I did not mention the R to RT. That's a detail that we didn't feel was necessary to put in this testimony when our proposal was to take this deep dive in a different docket.
If the authority did decide to do what I believe in discovery you essentially said would be unprecedented, I don't mean that word dramatically, but let me take a step back. In response to CIC discovery, you stated that you weren't aware of any generic docket in which the authority had engaged in revenue allocation of the distribution revenue requirement. You identified one earlier docket from about 8 years ago where it engaged in rate design in a generic docket that's been closed. So here, if the authority did, in any event, if the authority did want to engage in those two exercises in one of the dockets you'd said, the assumption, I think, would be that it would be done in reliance on the cost of service study filed here. There was no indication in your testimony to suggest otherwise.
We would go in with this cost of service study. Yes.
So if you're going in, if the intent was to go in with this cost of service study, then at some point, you would have had to bring to light the concerns you had with the cost of service study. When would that be done?
That would have been done when we discussed it would have been done probably early on. The way I envision, if this had gone into a different docket, is that we would have put our cost of service study out there for comment, like we did here, but in a more intense, a more robust, if you will, and a statewide version, so everybody could come in and see and have their own proposals.
I understand. What I'm trying to get at, what my concern is, what I'd like to understand, is for several months before filing, you were aware of the significant discrepancy in the radar and RT, and that indicated some, subject to a deep dive later, something you needed to look at in the cost of service study to fix. Yet your filing, direct testimony, didn't speak to it. On rebuttal, you responded to other parties' criticisms of the cost of service study without saying, essentially leaving the implication that otherwise the study is reliable and there are no concerns with it. And a number of parties, including CIEC, expended a lot of time and money examining the cost of service study you filed, developing testimony on it, preparing cross-examination on it, to arrive to yesterday to hear that it seems like the actual reason for recommending that we should do revenue allocation and rate design in a different docket is that there are issues with the cost of service study that need to be fixed.
No, there's not issues with the cost of service study that needs to be fixed. It's the inputs. The reason why radar and radar T are different in this cost of service study, the output from it is that the radar average consumption is so much lower than the rate RT. And that is just the natural function of any cost of service study is going to show that those lower consuming rate schedules will have higher per kWh charges because of the customer charges being recovered over the customer allocated components are being recovered over a smaller amount of kilowatt hours.
Right, but we've also heard that to fix those inputs to the study, we potentially will have a generic docket over, I heard, could be a couple of years with broad stakeholder involvement, where I think it was suggested that stakeholders might prepare their own models. We'll get to that later. That's a pretty significant effort that I think means it's not just a detail that doesn't even include in the filing. So again, why didn't you include that discussion on September 9th when you file your case?
We thought that was a detail that didn't need to be put into that testimony, that just the establishment of this cost of service treatment in another docket would then bring all that out. You know, the scope of our testimony was our proposal.
So LFE 4 will provide an updated cost service study that bundles the R and RT rate classes.
Yes, the
Is it-
LFE 4 will show the R and RT as one combined, and then we'll calculate the rates
Right.
again with that.
Is it your expectation that by updating the cost of service study in that way, do you expect that it will just be the outputs, it'll only be the results for the bundle RRT class that appear significantly different? Or do you think that updating the study in that way might also have a material effect on the results for the other rate classes?
Yeah, no, I do not believe, I mean, we haven't run the numbers, but I don't believe it would change any of the output for the other classes.
And then we'll,
Please, no, please continue.
we'll recalculate the rates using that, LFE cost of service study.
So given that statement, thank you, Mr. Imel, that you don't expect it to have a material impact on the results for the other classes. And your statement a moment ago that you think the cost service study model is reliable. Once we have that in hand, do you anticipate recommending, and I think you did say this a short while ago, but just to be clear, would you recommending using this updated study, provide an LFE for revenue allocation and rate design in this case?
Yes.
And now tying back to where we started, if we do that, you would recommend engaging in revenue allocation and revenue allocation and rate design based on cost causation principles, understanding that it's a tool and a guide that you may rely on, but there are other factors like gradualism, among other things, that would be considered.
Yes, I think we would.
Right, and when we took late file 4, we listed 3 components. 1, as you said, we would combine rates R and RT and the A costs. 2, we would review the results of step 1 and determine if we would propose a new revenue allocation. And I have in parentheses here, presumably moving towards equalized rate of return. And then step 3, how and how long to get to 1.0 for all classes. So that's our task. I can't commit that we would recommend something different at this time because we need to go through the process that I just laid out.
I understand. Thank you. Sorry, bear with me. I just want to orient myself in my notes now. A couple questions relating to the follow-on proceeding, whether it happens to AMI docket or a generic docket to update the inputs to the cost study. Is that a fair way to put it? First, I if I heard correctly yesterday, and the question is, did I? I thought there was a statement yesterday that the AMI docket might not be a good fit for updating the inputs as you think is necessary. I can't remember if it had something to do with whether time of day, time of use would be addressed or not in the docket, but I think that there was a statement that AMI might not be a good fit. Do you remember that?
There was a number of different statements that were made regarding the AMI docket. I think that the gist of that was we will have through that docket, we'll have clear direction on certain initiatives or certain rate design changes that the authority identified, including changing the hours, the on-peak hours, possibly reinstating seasonal rates for distribution. And those are two major designs that we don't have in this cost of service study right now because they're not time differentiated. Distribution rates right now are not time differentiated. So what comes out of the AMI docket eventually will have some impact on the time of use rates are RT, GST, and LPT. How they're going to impact it, we don't know yet because we're not at that point where we know where we're going with that docket.
And I believe yesterday, when you were discussing whatever the follow-on process is to update the cost study inputs, you said that you thought having a proceeding where there could be a broader group of stakeholders, where some stakeholders could provide updated models, would be a good way to proceed. My characterization of it. Is that correct, though? Is that a fair summary?
That's what we had initially thought during our pre-filed testimony, which is why we suggested to put it to one or both of those dockets.
Right. And so yesterday, when I believe you said that in a different docket, whether it's AMI or some generic docket, that one of the benefits of updating the cost inputs in that way, rather than kind of going back in time before we filed and doing it, correcting those data inputs before the filing, that one of the reasons or benefits of doing in this different docket would be that you could have a broader group of stakeholders. My question is, in this base delivery rate case, where the cost of service study is usually, very carefully considered by a lot of parties, and in fact, in this case, there have been several who have spent a lot of time investigating it. In a different docket, what other stakeholders, different than those who were participating here, do you anticipate might take that kind of interest in the cost of service study?
There's another EDC in the state. I'm sure they would be involved. And there was a number of participants in a docket that was a generic cost of service docket that was terminated, that was 160230. There were a number of participants in that docket that I do not see having come into this docket, but they would perhaps want to be in a docket like that.
And when you said that, again, one of the benefits of handling this in a different docket would be that those stakeholders could present their own models. By models, did you mean cost of service study?
Yes.
Approximately how much does it cost to prepare a cost of service study?
I don't know.
I'll give you a ballpark. I mean, I'll just say $50,000.
50,000?
Roughly.
How many stakeholders do you think have $50,000 spent on preparing a cost of service study? And then, we'll just leave it at that. How many stakeholders do you think have those resources?
I don't know. They could do something on an abbreviated basis. They could take our cost of service study and use that as a base, not to reverse engineer it, but to say I would do this differently or that differently. I mean, Mr. Chernick has come up with a number of recommendations. I think that other folks could do the same, and then we would figure out a way in that docket to incorporate all this. We don't want to bankrupt people or prevent people from participating because they don't have the money to do this cost of service study. I mean, that's what the whole purpose of the stakeholder process is.
If a stakeholder did have the resources to prepare their own study, would you make all necessary data available for them to be able to do that?
I don't know, to the extent that we could do something, if there was confidential information.
Yeah.
See why not? I
Yeah.
mean, we provided it.
Yeah.
I think that that's a reasonable starting request. So, and I formulate that answer based on the amount of detail that we provide when we file an allocated cost of service study. So all of those inputs are available. And if parties wanted that in advance, I think that is reasonable. Of course, protecting any specific customer confidentiality information.
And I believe that in your testimony over yesterday and today, when you were talking about why those data inputs need to be updated through this lengthy process, you referenced the new operating environment. I heard several, I think for clarity, would you explain again what the new operating environment was? I heard a couple different statements, but I wasn't able to hear one just
So
concise explanation.
right now we have 7 modeled rate schedules: R, RT, GS, GST, LPT, M, and U. M being the streetlights and U being the municipal-owned streetlights. We have a fairly large new customer offering coming up. That's the low-income discount rate. We don't have any, and it's not there, so it's not in the data. It's not in the 2021 test year data. So we don't know how that's going to impact the customer usage. We don't know. It will most likely work how normal prices do. Prices will go down for the low income discount for the people who are on the low income discount rate. Their price will go down. We don't know if they're going to respond with increased consumption or not. We don't know that. The price will, and this is not distribution price, this is the SBC price, the price will go up to all non-participating customers. We don't know by how much because we don't know what the size of that program is. Could it be sizable enough to take down consumption? We don't know. We don't have any data on that yet. That's a major change that we see coming up that we can't model today because it's not reality today. There's also the economic development rate. That's a tariff offering. We don't know what the type of participation in that is going to be, but that may very well require additional rate schedules to be modeled separately in the cost of service study. We don't have that today. So we charged Concentric with modeling those 7 that we have in the past. We also have electric vehicles. We have a lot of other things. We have the electric vehicle initiatives and new tariffs for those. Right now, we don't have a separate cost of service model for the electric vehicles. So that's a change. There's also a considerable amount more of behind the meter generation. We have those embedded right in their base rate classes. We don't know what the effect of that is on the cost of service model. None of this stuff we have available in 2021, but we couldn't do that. We couldn't model those in this proceeding. There was just, we would have a cost of service study then presented here that would look totally different than anything we've seen in the past. And we would have discussions about that. So we had to make a choice. We made a choice to go with the rate schedules that we have. The only difference is that, aside from the data, is that the minimum system is being used instead of the minimum intercept. And that's the only difference in the study. So with that, we felt because of all these other changes, it would be a good idea to push this into a different docket where all these other things could be looked at. In this docket, we have the data from 2021, and that is as it is in the existing cost, in the filed cost of service study.
In every rate case, though, you're using the information you have available, and you're making the best estimates and forecasts that you can, and setting rates based on that. And looking forward, each rate case, there will be changes made that could impact sales, consumption, et cetera. So a number of these are risks that I think are common to any rate case. And EVs, I'm sure there'll be an impact, but I don't know how quickly it would ramp up to, like, effectiveness of the tariff would ramp up to have a material impact. But the point is that notwithstanding things might happen in the future, you have to make projections based on the information you have today. So you could have recognized or acknowledged those risks for the future, but said, as we normally do, we're building a cost of service study and using the data we have now to design rates. And when we reset rates in the future, we could adjust for those new developments, correct?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So is the concern about how the new tariffs will impact, I'm not sure the best way to put it, the results from the cost study or revenues? Does all that, does that concern, does that risk go to revenue recovery and earnings?
No. It goes to revenue recovery, but with a revenue decoupling mechanism, that will hold the company and the customer whole. So if we see a lot of sales from these beneficial electrification initiatives, that would be more revenue and that would be passed back through the RDM. So I don't think it's so much a risk of the company's earnings. The costs are absolutely borne. The risk of the cost increases are borne by the company, but the risk of revenue changes are basically eliminated between the customer and the company by the revenue decoupling mechanism. Or I should say they're shared in such a fashion that the revenue is what it is. The revenue will be what it's going to be, and we're going to decouple to what's approved.
In the uncertainties that you cited for why there should be a lengthy process to update the data inputs, any risk arising from them could be mitigated to some extent if the company came back more frequently than every 6 years since 2016. Is that right? In other words, if you file for new rates more regularly and update the cost study more regularly, then the risks of the uncertainties, or even just the uncertainties that you cited, would be more manageable, wouldn't they?
So a rate case is a huge undertaking. To do it once a year is
not suggesting
not
once a
feasible.
year. 3 years, 4 years. Okay.
Well, this is a 3-year rate plan, so we don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now. But the proposal is to have rates in effect for 3 years.
Understood. So let's turn to, there's a suggestion that in the interest of gradualism, the authority here in this rate plan could annually introduce rate design changes, and that you could use this docket with reopeners for this purpose, correct?
It's 1 minute, please.
You said earlier that you did it limited one time. You could do it, but you have a timing issue. You can't do it for the next year with data from the previous year. So you can't go through a rate year and use the data from that rate year. Start off the second rate year. There's going to be a lag. We could update the inputs for 2024 or September 1st, 2024, using 2023 data, but it would not overlie the rate year, because the second rate year, the subsequent rate year begins
at the end of the first rate year. So there's a time, so we would effectively not be able to make the change till 2 years after.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, yesterday we discussed that you could use those new revenue years as an opportunity to adjust rates. We will caution that the ability to update the allocated cost of service model using the next period's historical actuals, there will be a timing difference. So for instance, in year one, you really won't be able to have a new cost of service model with new inputs available. However, if there was some output from the AMI docket that changed, and this is a hypothetical example, if it were to change the recommended hours for peak and off peak, you could effectuate that rate change then, as Mr. Kolka testified, and it's something that they did in 2019. So yes, that option's available. There's some limitations to it, is the point for my.
And there would really be a 2-year lag, because we would go through rate year one. And once rate year one is done, rate year two begins, but we can't analyze rate year one right at the end of it. So, we have to go through, grab that data, and it wouldn't be available to set new rates until rate year three. So we would have to go through, rate year two, but there'd be a 2-year lag between when we could do it, and there's nothing we can do about that.
And are you recommending this process or merely noting it as an option?
We're not recommending it. This is noted in response to questions.
Okay. I have some questions regarding your proposal to allocate the revenue requirement on the basis of the total bundled bill, including generation. However, in light of, I think, the discussion of the last 2 days and some of the questions I asked earlier, it's not clear to me if they're still relevant. If the anticipation is that an updated cost study provided in LFE4 could be used for cost-based revenue allocation and rate design. In other words, not on the basis, an equal percentage on the basis of the total bill, then I think the questions might not be relevant. But if it still remains a possibility, I will go through them. So I'm looking for some indication from you as to whether we can rely on using the LFE4.
That's a good point. Mr. Goodman, would you indulge us for a minute with our attorneys?
Sure.
Thank you. And excuse me, Madam Chairman.
Could we take 5 minutes just to?
Yep, 5 minutes.
I apologize for standing up like that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking about you, thinking about. Next year.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they're telling me you can't.
Can you hear me in the back?
Okay.
Okay.
See, it's louder. So, my job, obviously. Oh, no, I was insane. Yeah. I didn't want. Oh, no. Yes. Oh, my God. I doubt it. It's only one time, right? But that doesn't, you try to test it, it works. That's what I'm trying to get the adjustment back. The problem also just that it likes your podcast. Oh,
Okay, we can go back on the record, and Attorney Venora, I will give you a second to respond, but once I mentally caught up to where we were on the break, it occurred to me, I just want to be clear about what the authority's understanding is of late file exhibit 4, and where we're going with this, and I know we've talked about, so I have listed as late file exhibit 4, the prompt is to provide a model output of the combination of R and RT to comment on whether the company would propose to revise its revenue allocation proposal as a result, and to discuss when revenue parity would be achieved if a revision were to be undertaken. So the reason I'm going through this is I just want to be clear that what the authority will not entertain is a refiling of the rate case or a significant portion of the rate case through a late file exhibit. So if that's the direction that we're heading, I want to cut that off and then say to Attorney Goodman that his questions probably are relevant, but let me see where the what you were, what the
Yeah.
outcome of your discussions were.
Yeah. So in response to Attorney Goodman's questions, we were going to say that late file 4 has not been filed yet or developed yet, so we're a little hesitant to tell him to refrain from asking questions about that. And I was going to ask Mr. Therian to just make some comments on what we intend to put in front of the authority in late file 4 is exactly along the lines that you've described. I don't know if there's any other.
Is there any clarification that's needed to what the company was expecting for late file 4 versus what I articulated?
Well, I think there was my apologies. I think you articulated it very well, and we will stick to that. And we wanted to just provide the guidance for the authority and to Mr. Goodman that we intend to, in the second part of this, certainly propose an alternative. And if the authority would prefer that alternative in just words, then that's fine.
Okay.
As opposed to new exhibits. The only new exhibits, if I understand your direction correctly, would be the cost of service model with a combined residential class.
That's correct. Although I can certainly be corrected by my staff, but that is my understanding. So with that, Attorney Goodman, I think I would advise that you proceed with your questions for 10 minutes, and then you can resume on Tuesday, of course.
Okay, thank you. I have one clarifying question about LFA4 though. Understanding what I just heard was that the output of the updated study for the combined RT would be provided, but will you be providing the updated results for all classes? In other words, you're consolidating 2 classes, finding out the results. Are you going to provide the results for all rate classes?
That was our intent, yes.
Okay. So I thought I heard something a little different than what the description of LFE4 would be. So I just wanted to confirm that what we'll get is the output of all classes.
Yes. So again, my understanding is think of 2 steps: allocated cost of service and then rate design. We're going to refile allocated cost of service with a combined residential rate, and we're going to talk about what we think may be a reasonable alternative to what was filed for rates.
Okay.
Okay, well, given that you'll be providing updated results for all of the customer classes with that one change made, and that there will be a hearing on the late file exhibits, correct? Where there will be an opportunity for further questions on it. I will reserve the questions I have about your bundled allocation proposal to the late file exhibit hearing, because by then we'll know if you're actually proposing it or not. So instead of keeping everyone here on Friday to ask them, I can move on to the next questions.
Okay.
Okay. Economic development rates again?
Why not?
Sure. So yesterday, the panel briefly mentioned the term energy intensive businesses. Could you explain what that means? Could you elaborate?
Well, I think an energy intensive business would be one that uses a lot of energy. I know that sounds incredibly simple, but let's just say that a company looks at their operating costs, and 2% of their operating cost is related to energy, as opposed to another firm where 80% of their operating cost is energy. I would consider to be the latter example as an energy intensive business.
Thank you. That's an excellent explanation. If you could elaborate on one more point, which is the percentage differences you're talking about are clearly large. In terms of the magnitude of the company, can you give us some explanation or understanding of what it actually means? So when talking about economic development rates the last few days, we've heard about maybe like a retail restaurant, a pizza parlor, a manufacturer. When you're talking about energy intensive businesses or the large energy users, can you give us some sense of the scale of the energy they use and the costs spent on them? I mean, not using, of course, actual customers as example, but more illustrative.
Well, I think everything is relative to the business. So if a pizza parlor is an example, they probably are a highly energy intensive business. They have a small square footage, they have decent amount of employees, but they're cooking all the time. So that is impactful, as opposed to perhaps a warehouse operation that may employ a lot of people, have a lot of square footage, but may only turn on their energy in the coldest periods of the year or the hottest periods of the year.
And how do your large energy users compare to those examples?
May I ask clarification, please?
Yes. So if we're talking warehouse, retail, restaurant, pizza parlor, they're relatively small operations as compared to a large industrial manufacturing facility, which might have a campus with multiple lines of production, as an example. That's I think, a very different profile for energy usage, correct?
Yes.
Can you, again, just for illustrative purposes, give us some understanding of the difference in the magnitude of energy usage and cost spent on that?
Know your service territory that well, maybe you want to walk through some.
Maybe industrial customers with large motor loads, fabricating items. There's going to be energy consumed, electricity consumed in those motors. There's probably space conditioning, lighting, that kind of thing. There's going to be a lot of material costs. There's going to be a lot of labor costs too. So that may be energy intensive in the fact that the customer uses a lot of energy there, uses a lot of electricity there. I think we need to we need to distinguish between electricity and energy, because if they're using a lot of fossil fuel, that's not our concern. So with electricity intensity, motor loads, because they're going to probably work on other things like materials and fabricating, there may be a lot of expenses involved in material. Whereas if you were to have, say, an aluminum smelter, we don't have any of those in Connecticut anymore, but that's a highly electricity intensive business, because they're using mostly heat and they're generating their heat from electricity. So
maybe the aluminum smelter is a good example, and I'll move off this in a minute. Just what I was trying to get at was some sense of say the aluminum smelter is using ballpark more than 10 times the amount of energy as a small commercial entity, right? Maybe it's not 10 times, it's more 50, 100, like just some magnitude of the difference to give some understanding of, at the two different ends of the spectrum, what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, we have customers, large customers, not necessarily industrial customers either. There may be large commercial hospitals. They use a lot of electricity. Institutions, large schools, they all use a lot of electricity too. Now, they will use a lot more electricity than a much smaller customer because they just have more appliances going. But when it comes to what an economic development rate can do, I think, is that for those customers that have a high degree of their production cost or their cost to serve wrapped up in electricity, the price of electricity becomes more and more important.
Thank you, that's helpful. And yesterday, you collectively testified that generally the lower the electric rates are, the more competitive an area is, particularly for these energy intensive businesses, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And there's also some discussion yesterday about competition on the national and global scale. And that the companies were, if we're focusing on the larger energy intensive companies, that they're facing, again, competition on the national scale, with other companies and even other branches of the same company, other states and nations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And given the importance of, or the significance of those energy costs to these customers and that competition, the affordability of energy for those customers can be a significant factor in their decision where to locate, where to stay, where to expand, correct?
It may, back to our points about the overall energy intensity of the enterprise. Again, to clarify that, you may be a very large user of electricity, but if it's still only 2% of your operating costs, it will be weighed appropriately.
Sure, but if it's 80% and you're using energy like an aluminum smelter might, then it's going to be a significant factor in those decisions. Would you agree?
I would, yes.
And would you agree that the purpose of the economic development rate is to help make Connecticut, or more specifically your service territory, more competitive with those other states and nations for these businesses?
Yes.
There was a question earlier, maybe a couple questions regarding longevity as a potential eligibility criteria or requirement for participation. Again, focusing on the larger energy intensive businesses, if a company, start with a company that's already located, has a significant manufacturing operation in Connecticut, and now an economic development rate were to become available for it to apply for. Those are fairly significant and involved facilities that they operate, correct? Or put differently, that's not a facility that would be easy to pick up and relocate.
I'm not sure that we can answer that. Global companies, large companies, do what they think is in their best interest.
Okay. There was some discussion regarding the potential administrative costs for this program. And I believe, if I heard correctly and remember the testimony, all commercial and industrial customers under, in particular rate classes, would be eligible to participate, correct?
Available to non-residential customers receiving service under time of day rate GST or large power time of day rate LPT. So yes.
Thank you for stating that more precisely than I did.
I'm sorry. I thought the context would really help. It's these two rates and it's non-residential.
Absolutely, it does help. I apologize. I wasn't being sarcastic. I do appreciate the clarification. If there is a concern about administrative costs, given the scope of potential participating customers, would you agree that it would be possible to help control administrative costs by adding eligibility criteria that would limit the potential pool of participating companies?
So we fielded a question like this yesterday. I could give you the short answer, like yes, it could help control the cost. But the longer answer is, then we don't really know how much participation could actually be generated. So when this tariff was crafted, the general thinking of the company and through consultation of other tariffs across the country, we felt as an introductory tariff, it would be introduced with a fairly modest discount and also fairly wide availability. along the lines of let's see what this thing's going to attract. It's certainly possible to introduce eligibility hurdles at a later time.
Okay. Now, assuming just for the sake of discussion, that new rates approved in this docket move the non-residential rates closer to their cost of service, do you think there would still be a need for an economic development incentive?
We're under the obligation by state statute to offer it.
And assuming, again, for the sake of discussion, that there is an economic development incentive approved coming out of this docket, do you think there would no longer be a need to move non-residential rates closer to their cost of service?
I tend to agree with you.
I don't think the EDR changes that analysis.
Right. In other words, they're not mutually exclusive.
Correct.
If I could interrupt just because of the hour. So may I ask if you have any questions, Attorney Goodman, for witness Adams?
I do not.
Okay. Would you mind then if I pull the other parties and about that question and ask to resume your cross on Tuesday, or are you at a good enough stopping?
I am. I don't have a whole lot left on economic development, and I'm done, but I'm happy to pick it up on Tuesday morning.
You're done after you wrap up economic?
For this panel, yes.
For this panel. That's very tempting. If you're, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant, okay, never mind. I'm not gonna try to clarify. Are you coming back Tuesday regardless?
I will be here Tuesday regardless.
Okay, then let's pick it up Tuesday.
Okay.
So I don't speak out of turn again. Let me have parties polled on whether you have questions for witness Adams. Necta. Thank you. Attorney Cook, any question? Nope, no, sir. Attorney Marshall. Thank you. And EOE, any questions for witness Adams? Okay. All right. In that case, let's put a pin in it until Tuesday. We will resume with remaining cross from CIEC, and we're going to start, I think, promptly at 10 a.m. And we are going to continue for now with our 30-minute lunch breaks and going till 5:30 with the exception of today. All right. So thank you to the witness panel. And are there any closing administrative matters?
Just to confirm, so Mr. Adams is excused from appearing on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
that is correct. Witness Adams is excused from this panel.
I have one closing administrative matter.
Yes.
It could wait, but might as well share it now. I had reserved 30 minutes of cross for Mr. Cronauer, Walmart's witness, and I'll waive that. I do not need to ask Mr. Cronauer to travel to ask him questions.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So Attorney Goodman was referring to Walmart's cost of service panel on page 8 of the agenda, I believe. Every other party has listed reserve the right. Do we need until Tuesday to for parties to assess if they're going to have cross for Mr. Cronauer?
The company won't have any cross for him.
Thank you. Does the OCC know at this time? It says Walmart's cost of service panel. Waiving. Thank you. Attorney Bidra has left. Okay. EOE. You're waiving. Okay. And I think authority staff has waived for that panel. Okay. We will briefly revisit to confirm the Attorney General and authority staff Tuesday morning. But if I don't hear any objections, then we'll ask Ms. Lupoli to notify Walmart's attorney that they can adopt with an affidavit. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. Anything else this evening? Okay.